Alright, welcome everybody to the finale, the last part, okay? I don't know how to pronounce finale. Final. Welcome to the last part of Battles for Resources. One of the most fun, I cannot really say, but one of the most grindy mods I've played in a while. You've got this giant field of iron ore laying on the ground over here. Yes, this is all iron ore. Tens of thousands of iron ore. 34,000 in total is laying on the ground here. The rest is going on belts into the smeltery finally and into our base up here. It only took 22 hours to get a starter base going. But today we are going to make the starter base into a finished base, because this playthrough is just going to be about getting on a rocket and getting the heck out of here. I'm done with this playthrough. There's gonna be no mega base here. Right, there is my... I forgot again, of course, put my chat on phone. Just give me a second. Let me know if the volume of my voice and the volume of the game is about in the right balance. I've been tweaking again a little bit. Alright, here's chat. Hello everybody. Hey Odium. Skyward says, I'm addicted to Factorio, help. There's only two ways. Cold turkey or embrace it, start a YouTube channel and hope it takes off. Does the ore on the ground overflow onto a belt? Yes, actually it does. We are on your phone, loud and clear. Alright. The voice audio should be a bit higher compared to the game effects compared to last time. So let's actually zoom in, we should be able to see that. The ore will randomly spawn on this belt over here. That is the ore overflowing. You really gotta keep your eyes focused, it just materializes out of nothing. Cheater. Alright, so the biters are dying over here, and normally they drop ore right under them, but this full field is saturated with ore, so it just spawns on the edge here and gets carried by the belt. So from this moment, now that this full field is full, it is landing on this belt and then it goes all the way around onto this belt where it gets smelted into iron. And as you can see, it's not even a full yellow belt yet, it's like two-thirds of a yellow belt, maybe 3/4, somewhere in between. So yeah, not a high resource income in this game, which is why we're going to just get to the rocket and get out of here with minimal effort. We have got all of the 6 resources set up now. It took like 16 hours for us to get this power plant, which is already obsolete. This coal mine, which is now getting out of control a bit, since we are no longer using coal for steam power, and neither we are using coal to smelt anymore, because we changed to electric furnaces and nuclear power, which enabled us to switch to electric furnaces. But yeah, it took 16 hours to get a steam power plant and a laser powered iron mine up. After we got it up though, we could set up the other resources like oil. Yes, biters drop barrels of oil on this belt over here. These are like 1/10 of a normal oil barrel, so same stinginess as we are used to. Stone, which is kinda overflowing as well at the moment, because we no longer need it. The belts are full and backed up, so now it's also just falling around the ore here, but we cannot really switch off the mine. We need to go in and do a tactical retreat and completely switch it off. But since we have nuclear power, we may as well just keep it going. At least the miners are still mining, so to say. The ore is still falling on the ground. We still can collect it. It is not going to waste. We can still pick it up if we need to. We even have a uranium mine to fuel our nuclear power plant. That is going over here, all three next to each other. Could be a country's flag, but I don't know who has black, grey, green as a flag. That could be a new one. We are making that into the uranium, and we are using all the shiny uranium just to make nuclear fuel. This little bit of ore is enough to supply this 2-core nuclear power plant. We've now got 58 fuel cells in each chest, so that should steadily go up over the course of the finale. Oh, hello Tom, welcome, and thanks for the 4th month subscription, man. Right, so that is about where we're at today. We do have a base which is automated up until blue signs. It is just a tiny base, but a tiny amount of resource income warrants a tiny base. There's no need to build this like 7 times larger than it is at the moment, because we simply cannot feed it. The reason that the belts are backed up now is that we have stopped researching, and the reason we stopped researching is that we're only 3 technologies away from rocket silo. Those require purple signs for the boat's Mark III modules, then yellow signs for the rocket control units, and then both purple and yellow signs for the rocket silo. And that is all we need to do. So we have the first 3 signs back automated, but we still need to make 1,600 of these and 1,300 of these. Luckily, this is not my first rodeo, and I've got a method to get pretty close to these numbers without wasting a massive number of resources, which is kinda important, since if we like overproduce blue chips by 1,000, then we basically have to wait the equivalent of 1,000 blue chips worth of resources longer before we can launch a rocket, because those resources should have been used for something we did need. But yeah, that's all we're gonna do. I'm still wearing my heavy armor. I don't even have a modular armor. We're not gonna get it. No modular armor, no power armor, no bots, no beacons, no logistics network, nothing. We're just gonna make the rocket and get out of here. That is the plan for today. Right. So do we have some useful info still here? I think we can just get started, really. Oh yeah, I also have, this is 1 belt of copper, right? Yeah, 1 yellow belt of copper, 3/4 of a yellow belt of steel. What kind of resources do we have? I think I have a power line connected. Yeah, we have about 10,000 steel in these chests, 12,000 copper, 25,000 iron. So we have a lot of steel. We do have all the stone already over here for rails, for purple signs. And a lot of steel, which is also good for purple signs. So we may just start off with purple signs. But we have a low copper situation, that is for sure. 12,000 copper is nowhere near enough to make the purple and yellow signs we need. We need a lot more copper. So we may set up yet another copper mine somewhere, if we can find one. Copper mine between quotation marks. We're already mining this. We're already mining this tiny one. This is the neatest mine of them all. All of the biters neatly dying on the belt over here. But yeah, production is low. Production is equivalent to the number of nests and the spawn rate. The spawn rate is determined by evolution factor, and it goes up ever so slightly with higher evolution. Right, so the thing is, we need to get off this planet before big biters come around, because big biters just take too much power to kill, basically. It will be hard to defend against those. Hello Stefan. Oh well, 5 months already. Thanks for the 5th month subscription. It may actually be not enough steel, I think. No, you're right, we don't have enough steel quite yet. We have 9.6 thousand. I think we need about roughly 13,000 for purple signs. And then a little bit more for yellow signs for the low density structures. And 1,000 for the rocket silo, if I think that's about all. Hey Major Mayhem, thanks as well for the 5th month subscription. Thanks for joining in for the finale. Hey Stefan or Woody. 100 for the scam train, yay. As soon as 2 people subscribe within 5 minutes, you already get that hype train stuff. Alright. Thanks McBeans as well for the subscription through Amazon Prime. Redistributing Jeff Bezos' money. It's always a good idea. Right. I think I am fully caught up. The only thing that is left to do for a finale stream, I need to find how to pronounce this word, man. The only thing left to do is this. That is probably going to help a lot with all the precise calculations and stuff and ratios we need to do. So I guess this is going to be another difficulty factor, this cold one. But cheers everybody, this is all to you. This is gonna be a good stream. Alright, let's get started. Alright, oh, I laid it out already last time, so kind of myself, then I won't forget anything. Right, so what do we need to do? I guess we can use this infographic. Let's even light it up a bit. So yeah, we have 1600 purple signs to go through. It is 300 for speed module, then it is 300 for productivity module, and then 1000 for the rocket silo itself. And we've got 1300 yellow signs to go through, which is 300 for this guy, and then also 1000 for the rocket silo itself. So that is what we need to make. For now I'll delete those tags. Right, purple signs, rails, electric furnaces and productivity modules. So to get 1600 signs, you can get away with 1500 ingredients, so to say. Because we will be using productivity modules, and that will push the amount of 1500 inputs to over 1600 actual signs researched. So what we're going to do is we're going to need to make 500 productivity modules and 500 electric furnaces and 15,000 rails for purple signs. For yellow signs it's going to be the same sort of calculation, except here we can get away with putting 1200 ingredients worth of resources into the 1300 researched science packs we need. So we're going to need 400 robot frames, 800 blue chips and 1200 low density structures for this one. That is going to be the first part. The robot frames have some additional steps like electric engines, which we don't have yet, etc. We also need to make some productivity module trees for the rocket silo. Those earn themselves back before the first rocket, so they are kinda mandatory in that regard. Of course not really mandatory, but if you want to optimize, then it is mandatory. Thanks Merkel Mush as well for the Prime subscription. Alright, then we need another 720 low density structures for the rocket. We need 720 rocket fuel for the rocket, and then we need 720 of those things we still need to research, the rocket control units. So that is on the program for today. I have kind of all of this stuff in my head. We also need to make 1000 concrete and some additional stuff over here. We'll go through those steps one at a time. Let's check out how this is going, the resource stashing up system. Okay, so the iron is coming in, we are prioritizing out to the bus. We did put some chests of iron here to be smelted into steel, so I guess that's alright. The rest of the iron is going to the boss. That's going in mostly in green circuits, I imagine. Copper, we have stopped feeding out copper. Actually, we are not using all of the copper at the moment. So perhaps we can actually expand copper production a little bit. Because we're going to need a ton of these green circuits for blue circuits. Even more than we already have here. So let's just stash those away in these chests. So that we can keep collecting them. Alright, let's actually then... I guess we'll just bend this around here. So before we get into the actual, what's it called? Making the rock elements, we first will make sure we've got the optimized resource flow going. That exactly fits. Almost as if I planned for that, even though I didn't. Let's say I did. Yeah, I planned for that totally. Alright, so that is potentially even more of those. I think we can fit even another one here. If we get rid of those laser turrets. I think this should be enough to consume all of the resources we are making. Alright, now we can put that balancer in the middle. We have 2 on the end and 2 in the front. I think the inserters are just not fast enough to keep up, really. Oh, I already made the 1000 concrete. Of course, because we got a nuclear reactor. Yeah, I think we gotta do stuff like this in order to feed all of those. Just making sure we are consuming. Yeah, now the copper is no longer reaching the end. So that's good. Don't think we'll need much more gears really. Science is backed up. We could stash. So we need 1900 of the other sciences. We could stash those into chests so that we don't need to make them at the same time, but I really don't think that's necessary. I was going with red chips. We are going to need a ton of red chips as well. So let's just make sure we are producing those. We've got 2600 or something at the moment. And we need like 5000 for purple signs. So that's not quite yet up to speed. Lection 1, Dag Marie for Dutch. Marie is a kind of an old school name. There's not a lot of young people named Marie still. It's always like that with those basic lectures. Hello Marie and hoi Jan. Right, I think we're gonna get started with, since we need to acquire a bit more resources for purple signs, we may as well get started with the multi-step process, which is robot frames. Batteries we're already making actually, because we have the laser turrets. That should be somewhere. Yeah, we have 1600 batteries here, which is enough. So then we only need to make electric engines. So I think I have lubricant up here. Let's go first over here. Alright, so we need in total 400 electric engines for yellow signs, but we also need 200 electric engines to make the rocket silo. Just the crafting recipe of the rocket silo requires 200 electric engines as well. So we may as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or 2 biters with 1 laser turret, and make 600 electric engines. That would be done best in 6 or 12 assemblers. Can I get 12 assemblers down here? Not likely, so I guess we're gonna use 6. Alright, I'm out of assemblers. Let's go check if I actually was smart enough to save up 600 engines already. Oh yeah, I did. Oh, that's great. So let's limit this a little bit. We don't need any more engines really. Don't foresee us making like a tank or something. I have some garbage on me which I don't really need to carry around all the time. I guess steel furnaces are outdated now, since we have electric. Now, looks like we just kinda need to refill some of the items we need to build the base. Alright. Steel is up. Actually, steel is down to 7,800. We had a lot more steel because I had the intro screen just going for a long while. Looks like we are not as rich as I thought I was. Alright, that means we can make some of those assembly machines. I think we should just do this properly. Let's make like 50 or something. So 50 assemblers is 500 gears. Oh, that's going nicely. 2 full chests already. Oh, that's gonna be 50 assemblers. I guess we also make a couple of those, and I think then we should be good on most stuff. Pipes. I didn't even automate pipes this playthrough. This is so bad. Let's just steal those from engines. Alright, I guess we are ready to set up electric engines in that case. Should maybe make some more chests as well. Cannot even afford steel chests this round. It is so bad. So much effort to take out these biters. And they just net so little resources. It doesn't even scale. The medium biters drop the same paltry 2 ore as the small biters and small spitters. And the big and behemoths also will drop just 2 ore. Which is the reason we just need to get off this planet really. Oh yeah, wait. These were full. Right, if we're gonna need to make 600 of these, we're going to need 1200 circuits next to the 600 engines. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess that's enough already. Alright, again, no automation here. We're just gonna hand insert this stuff. Alright, so basically we have 2 sets of 300 engines like so. And then we'll add all the chips in there already because we can. Then we just need to add another 300 engines once the first batch is done. So let's throw those in there. We connect the pipes, and that is all the electric engines taken care of once we install those. So that is the first thing we already don't need to worry about. We can cross that off the list, like so, I guess. Okay. Alright, I did save up 9,000 lubricant in this storage tank, which is the amount we need for 600 engines. 600 times 15, 9,000. So I can reverse this pump, so we no longer will be producing lubricant out of our oil. Instead, it will go to be cracked into light oil and then petroleum gas. Since our oil storage, yeah, 2,500 per tank, so less than 40,000 oil in there. We're still gonna need a lot of oil. Perhaps we should set up a rocket fuel first. Could just start collecting some. No, I can't, because again I don't have steel. Yeah, maybe we should just set up a rocket fuel first, really, because that needs like 4 of these tanks full of light oil, and we only have got 1. This one is full all the time, but as soon as this is full, the rest is just cracked into petroleum gas. So let's start making rocket fuel out of that one. Rocket fuel is quite easy to set up as well. We need a bunch of solid fuel, which we can make from light oil, and we can use that same light oil with the solid fuel from light oil to make the rocket fuel. That we can automate. We don't need to hand regulate that. Alright. Just checking the pollution cloud. We have barely any pollution. Biter evolution progress has almost stopped completely because we are no longer producing pollution. We are not taking out spawners, so the only factor pressing evolution forwards is time at the moment. So yeah, as long as we're not polluting any biters, they won't be sending attacks from unexpected angles, so to say. Because we don't really have any defense. No, actually we do have defense in the base. We have some turrets sprinkled around. Because yeah, if the power fails at any single moment, you can imagine our laser turrets stop working immediately, and tons of biters are just gonna destroy everything in a matter of seconds, and the playthrough will be over. There's not gonna be any recovering from that, I don't think. Alright. We may as well just set up the robot frames, I guess. So of those 600 electric engines, 400 are going to go into robot frames. Robot frames look like this. There is 1 electric engine, 1 steel, 2 batteries and another 3 electronic circuits. Those take a long time to craft as well, 20 seconds a pop. So let's prepare to haul the other ingredients over here. Then we're gonna need 400 steel, 800 batteries and another 1200 circuits. The batteries we should have from the single battery assembler, which has been going for most of the time we had this base up, because we need these for laser turrets. These are our miners basically. Alright, that's another 6 stacks already produced, and we just need 4 stacks of steel really. The rest of the rockets are done. We didn't really use the rockets that much, we didn't really need it. Alright, and that is 400 steel. I guess we won't have all the engines just yet. We do have over 100 engines though, so I guess let's just be patient and wait for the engines to finish. Meanwhile, we can in every assembler put 50 steel, 100 batteries, 150 green chips, and then later the electric engines. And that's gonna be robot frames completed for yellow signs. So then we just need blue chips and low density structures, which we will probably just automate. Those we probably just automate at the end of the bus, because we need low density structures as well for the rocket silo, and blue chips also for the rocket silo, rocket control units, some productivity modules. Yeah, we're gonna need that for multiple purposes, so I think we'll just paste those on at the end of the bus. Alright. Now we get the fun part where we need to insert 150 circuits in every assembler. So that's a quarter stack and a half stack. Alright, this is fully prepared then. Now we're just waiting for these electric engines to finish. Okay, we have not got 4 stacks just yet, so I'm gonna hold off on starting robot frames. Alright, but that's robot frames accounted for. I think we'll first set up rocket fuel. Wasn't that what we were going to do anyways? Looks like I kinda went to the location to set up rocket fuel, and now I put this thing in the way. I guess we need another pump out of here, which has priority over the pump which sends the oil to cracking. Alright. We can just put that at the end of the labs here, I think. This is not gonna work. We're gonna need another belt on the outside of the labs later. I'm all over the place again. I can fix that later. I'm all over the place again. Focus. Do something. Okay, we're gonna need a bunch of undergrounds for this, I imagine. Guess let's just send it out here. Alright, so rocket fuel has a crafting time of 30 seconds. It needs 10 solid fuel. And solid fuel has a crafting time of only 2 seconds. Which means 20 seconds for 10 solid fuel. And it is 30 seconds for a rocket fuel, except the crafting speed of this assembler is 0.75, so if really it's 40 seconds for one rocket fuel, so one of these can support 2 of these. So that is how we are gonna build that. Something like so. Maybe we can use long-handed, and we can use the plumbing on the inside for these. Something like so, like so. And we just copy that a couple of times. Rocket fuel on a belt into some chests, and that's gonna be rocket fuel. Easy peasy. If only I could operate those copy and paste functions, if that would be easy. Alright, let's not get too close to science. How many of these do I want? I mean, we're quite early in setting this up, so I don't think we need to go overboard. I guess that's already enough. Maybe we'll do 8, just to be sure. I guess it's fine, it doesn't really matter where to put it. Alright, so we don't need underground pipes, because I can just do it with normal pipes. Makes it a bit more annoying to walk through, but if we just close it off, we cannot accidentally walk in and get stuck. So I guess that's something. I am running out of efficiency modules though. I guess let's make it one smaller in that case. It's gotta be enough, man. I have locked myself inside the pipe of this assembler somehow. Alright, we're gonna need some more efficiency modules then. Because we are minimizing pollution to stop the progress of evolution. Alright. And then we just need... I guess we will make some steel chests for this occasion, because they have more hit points. In case we get attacked, there's a chance they survive for longer. I guess I could also just put them deep in my base. Can I still pass through then? No. Let's put them deep in the base like so. We're gonna overproduce some rocket fuel. Yeah, that's kinda bad. I don't want to overproduce. Let's just... No, safety is also an issue. I guess oil will be alright. I think actually oil is not so bad at the moment, so... Alright, we need 720 rocket fuel, which is basically 2 chests of 360. Alright, so that's set alright. We could also account for whatever is on the belt. 9 belts, 11 belts is 20 belts. 20 and 16 belts, 36 belts. Each belt piece can hold approximately 4 rocket fuel. So that's another 120 or so rocket fuel. So I guess if we want to save space, we'll just do this instead. And we can pick up the rest from the belt. And we won't spend more light oil than we need to, because we'll probably be running low on petroleum gas at some point as well. But that is time to switch on rocket fuel, I guess. If I could only get over there. Maybe through here? Alright, here we go. That's gonna be the rocket fuel. So the fuel just gets inserted into the rocket fuel assemblers over here with the alternating patterns, and once we've got 10 in there, the first rocket fuel is going to be producing. How do you get rid of empty barrels? The biters drop a special kind of barrel which holds barely any oil and does not give you back an empty barrel. Basically you should see it like a plastic bag full of oil. A small plastic bag full of oil, and you just throw the plastic in the lake, I guess, like it's happening in the world. Alright, you can see rocket fuel is quite slow. So 40 seconds per rocket fuel, but we have 6 assemblers. So that's like 9 rocket fuel per minute. So 720. 80 minutes. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be done with the game in 80 minutes. So this is going to be fast enough. I could have built this 3 times smaller. Just this would have been fast enough actually. Oh well, we've got our first rocket fuel. There's already an ingredient for the rocket, not even for science. So maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves. On the positive side, we should have the engines we need now. We can insert the last of the normal engines in here as well. So now this is really done. And we can take... No, let's still wait. We still need 16 more, and then we can put all the electric engines in the robot frames as well. Let's in the meantime just make a couple more efficiency modules. Again, the circuit accumulation is going well. It does appear we have maybe enough capacity to double red chips as well. Although that will probably change as soon as we set up blue chips. Yeah, this is going well as well. Very well. Well, it's going quite well. Right, let's make another maybe 100 efficiency modules. It's like 500 red chips. I guess we cannot use these assemblers since they are our what's it called? Infographic. I don't even have efficiency modules to efficiency module the efficiency module assemblers. Did I miss anything? No, not really. That pretty much sums it up. A small rocket fuel production. We took care of the electric engines and the robot frames. For yellow signs, we have this infographic which shows us what we need to make. We can cross off robot frames off the list as well, as soon as we actually answer those, but we can cross rocket fuel off the list. Alright, now we have efficiency module to efficiency module the efficiency module assemblers. Alright, let's check if nuclear fuel cells is going up. 65. I forgot how many we started with. Was it 58 or 68? Oh, we have quite recently produced a uranium. So that must mean it was 58. Right. Let's get those electric engines into the robot frames, then we can actually cross them off and stop thinking about them for the rest of the game. Alright, and the remaining electric engines are going to be for the rocket silo. Alright, here we go. All the robot frames we need for the rest of the game. Check. Right. Already 4 items crossed off the list, so that is not too bad. Let's check how it's going with our copper accumulation. Yeah, probably we are not accumulating copper because we're making it all into green chips at the moment. Is that smart, or should we also be collecting some? I think we also should be collecting some. I guess yeah, let's go 50-50 for now. So we'll only send half of the copper to the bus, and we'll send half of the copper to the chests, because we're gonna... Actually no, let's just build low density structures and blue chips at the end. Then the copper is naturally going to flow into low density structures. Probably do not want to build this too large though. Blue chips. I mean, normally I use like a double belt to bring that in, but I guess we can just combine green chips and red chips on a single belt. We're never gonna be needing more than that. So something like this. Should I use productivity? I don't really want to, I just want to keep pollution low. So we're not going to use productivity except maybe for rocket control units, I don't know. Maybe we're just going to do it all without productivity. So yeah, this outputs only 1.2 pollution a minute if we use productivity. I think that's something like 6 pollution a minute. So that's like 5 times as much. That's gonna push up the evolution factor, and it's gonna spread this pollution out further, which I don't want. It will expand anyway. I just do not want to deal with any surprise attacks. So I think we're just gonna go efficiency module, since we are not... I mean, we can just produce a little bit longer instead of having to worry about biter attacks. I think that is fine. Let's build 4 of these. That's gonna be too many already. Alright, we need sulfuric acid in that case. We have sulfuric acid already, we just need to bring it over. We're grabbing more pipes, so that we can make some underground. Everything is scarce in this base. Alright, we can use these to artificially speed up production of things we need. 12,000 greens. 16,000 greens. Okay, it's getting... perhaps it's getting out of hand a bit. Right, somehow we need to bring over this pipe with sulfuric acid. How are we gonna do that? Yeah, that's not gonna work. Can we do it on top of the bus somewhere over here? Maybe around? Where am I making sulfuric acid? Over here? Alright, so I kinda need to limit sulfuric acid production as well. I think we already have enough sulfuric acid. I don't know why I saved up this much. I guess for uranium mining I was going to say, but no, we don't need sulfuric acid to mine uranium. This is definitely already enough sulfuric acid. I think we can just throw a green wire onto this guy over here and say, hey, don't insert sulfur unless you measure that there's less than like 2000 sulfuric acid in this tank. We've got 25,000 as of now, so that's basically gonna stop turning our oil into sulfuric acid when we may need it for plastics later on, who knows. 1.4k per tank, yeah, this is definitely getting emptied out. Hey, another batch of fuel cells is going down. And now we're up to 73 fuel cells per chest, so that is good news. Every single shiny rock is immediately being crafted into fuel. We don't need to save up for Coverex. We're not even gonna research Coverex, so... Why you dislike trains so much? I have never seen any playthroughs using train base. Why I dislike trains? I don't really dislike trains, but they make it a lot less easy to see where your bottlenecks are, if that makes any sense. Because especially once you start having multiple stations of all stuff, this is not gonna work. It is gonna work. If you have multiple stations of all stuff, then it... gotta maybe try to finish my sentence for once. I'll finish my sentence in a minute. I cannot do two things at the same time. I guess we can just do this. And it's already connected. Sufficiently horrible. Sufficiently horribly connected. Also, a true train network requires you to like make blueprints, like chunk-aligned blueprints for intersections and all the corners and whatnot. Of course, you don't need to do it. You could already have that prepared, but I normally don't really see the need for trains. Only when you go like in certain types of mega bases, trains are gonna be really good. But for any type of just starter base, I find it just easier to belt everything in. I mean, especially the regular yellow belts, they are dirt cheap. It's like, how much they cost? Like 1.5 iron per piece. Rails cost like 6.5 resource per 2 tiles. So this is like, so 2 yellow belts is about the same cost as 1 piece of rail. Of course, belts do not need fuel, belts do not need locomotives, belts do not need train stops, belts do not need a complicated network, belts do never deadlock, belts never run out of fuel, etc, etc. For the early game, belts are just the simpler and easier solution in my opinion. I mean, once you get to a base like, if you saw Doshington's C-block run, that is a base where trains really shine in their effectiveness. That would be horrible to pull off with bells, since you need so many different resources at so many different but multiple locations all at once. That is where trains really shine. But for simple bringing in a belt of resources from an outpost, belts are just the easiest. Counterpoint choo choo chugga chugga and counterpoint shh. Can't avoid spaghetti even with a bus. I don't think I have ever made a normal bus. I really don't like how they look with the 4x4 belt stuff. And then the neatly spaced out stuff like so. With the undergrounds going between. Oh, I just hate how that looks, man. I just love it when it's sort of a chaos everywhere. Train spaghetti. That could be a real challenge though, yeah. To build a well-functioning train network without blueprints for a rail grid, so to say. But then again, rails and all the stops and intersection and train signals, they are horrible to manually build for different configurations and different places all the time, so that doesn't sound like a lot of fun either. Alright, I'm postponing. Let's do something. We were connecting blue chips, so that means we need to put the red chips on a belt. I already prepared everything last episode somehow. Alright. That means they have now got priority to go on the belt. How many do I have in total? Almost 5k. Almost 5k. Let's put that in here then. We need 5k for purple signs, so let's just do this. That will fill up to 5k with priority. And then we can start with purple signs, I guess. How much steel do we have already? 9.4 thousand. How much iron do we have? 23,000. Alright, so we are using most of the resources which are coming in. Of course, I still could tap into this field over here with 34,000 iron laying on the ground. But I kinda like how it looks. It's kind of a unique trademark for this playthrough. Look at all the iron ore. I think I want to keep that if at all possible. How many hours do you have in Factorio? I don't know, but 5 digits for sure. I do not have it on Steam. I already had Factorio before it was on Steam. So, and I just never connected it to Steam. Oh, that's gonna be blue chips. Easy peasy. In total we need roughly That is not going to go on our belt, we're just going to collect those in chests. In total we need roughly 2000 blue chips for all the stuff. It is going to be 800 for yellow signs, 200 for the rocket silo, 720 for rocket control units, and then a couple more to make Mark II and Mark III modules, the productivity modules. So I guess it's roughly 1900 to be exact, but normally I go for 2000. I've been playing Factorio for probably nearly 10 years now. It is already out so long. I once had the world record speedrun, you know. 4 hours and 44 minutes. Back in the days when there were only 4 science packs. That was before serious runners like Anti and Nephrons and stuff came in. As soon as the real speedrunners picked it up, I was gone. But I did once have it. In the very early days. Before speedrunning Factorio was a thing. Right, blue chips. We have blue chips progress. Let's also make low densities. I guess we'll just throw those in the front. Maybe we can just bring those over here. And plop them in another 2 steel chests. I think I just want to make a steel chest for blue chips as well. Low densities. For the rocket we're gonna need 720, but we're gonna need 1200 for yellow signs, so I guess we can leave these chests unlimited for the moment. I've got no productivity modules at the moment. I'm gonna use productivity modules for yellow and purple signs itself, but for the rest, the goal of this no productivity modules is to keep pollution low. As you see, we are outputting like 90 pollution a minute, which means evolution is going up very slowly. Before we were producing a lot of pollution. This was with the boilers before we switched to nuclear power, but before that it was even higher with the electric miners, I was going to say, but of course we don't have electric miners in this playthrough. But yeah, we brought it down from over 1000 per minute to basically nothing, which slowed down the progression of evolution to like 25% of what it was. So at the moment we have 45% evolution from pollution and 55% from time. The pollution was higher in the past, but now pollution is almost non-existent and time is taking over again. But we did this to avoid getting to 50% evolution, which is when big biters start spawning, and those are going to be a problem. So the plan is to get off the planet before big biters spawn. Alright, here we are going to need 2 belts of income, simply because we need 3 different types of ingredients. We have copper, steel and plastics. Alright, my efficiency modules should be ready. Yeah, this playthrough has all kind of weird mechanics intertwined in the system. There's weird reasons for doing everything in a specific way. I kinda like it though. I mean, now I'm really enjoying this mod, but in the early game it was the most grindy grind I've ever done. I guess we can just turn copper into here. I guess we can also just turn plastic and steel into there. Yeah, that's that's low density structures automated. I think we'll build a couple more of those though, since these are also really slow to craft. Another 20 seconds a pop, and we need like 2000 of those. Alright. Alright, so we definitely won't be able to keep up all of this all the time. But that's alright. Assembly machine 3, no, I'm not gonna go out of my way. I think pollution is alright as it is. Assembly machine 3 does use indeed less pollution. I can actually just put it on the bar. So the base pollution is 2, with 3 efficiency modules it goes down to 0.4, whereas now we have 1.2 per minute. But in reality, the absolute magnitude of the pollution, the effect is going to be not really significant to further lower pollution than we are now. If I should do anything, I should just put efficiency modules in the electric smelters, and that would bring pollution down by a further 30 points per minute. So roughly 1/3 overall. But in reality, if this is going up by 0.2 to 0.3 of the last digit, it will take like 1 hour to go up 1%. And I definitely won't need another 12 hours to get off this planet. So I think we are fine, we have done enough. I think this mod, do you think this mod would be more fun in the early game if it had scaling resource drops and combat overhaul? Combat overhaul not necessarily, but scaling resource drops, I think in general it should be more resources per biter. Like, if you double it from 2 to 4, that already makes a massive difference. Then gun turrets are viable for most of the playthrough. Yeah, and then scaling would be good as well. Just double it from like 4 for small, maybe 10 for medium, 50 for big, 200 for behemoth, something like that. Just a massive amount. By feel, just I haven't really put any thought in those values, but by feel that is how I would do it at this point with the experience I have now. Alright, we got 5,000 chips in there. We need to be careful not to overproduce rats. We still need rats for a whole bunch of stuff though, so for now I think we're still good. Alright, so now we are producing a whole lot less of these circuits. I think we'll put output priority on the bus for now. I'm also gonna artificially increase production somewhat. Just simply throwing some chips in a chest and having them sideload on the belt. Guess we can do the same for blue chips over here. I think red chips, actually let's not do it for red chips until I calculate roughly how much red chips we need. But we can do it for blue chips for sure, because those eat 20 electronic circuits, 20 green chips per processing unit. Since we need 2,000 of those, that means we need 40,000 electronic circuits to make all the blue chips. So this is definitely still very much within the safety limit. Yeah, next up, can you beat Factorio without a factory? Don't tempt me. I mean, if you think you're not seeing enough handcrafting and hand feeding, well... Alright, so I don't know if any of you saw Dog Jade's 9x12 factory playthrough. I may do one of those as well as a stream. I haven't decided just yet, but it kinda looks interesting in a way. It is the optimal handcrafting and hand feeding factory. As well as hand mining, I guess. We can add one more hand something to the list in the form of hand mining. Alright. So another 2 crosses added to the checklist. So all of the ingredients for yellow science are being produced. We have produced all the robot frames, and now blue chips and low density structures will be produced automatically. So I guess we can actually start on purple science products. Let's check out our steel situation. I think we still don't have enough steel. The mouse over says 10,000 steel, so that's not enough for all. We can get started with rails though. Alright, we can also just stash another bunch of iron to be dedicated for steel. We also still need steel for low density structures is going on the bus automatically. We still need 1000 steel for the rocket silo after that. Alright, I guess we are gonna build a rail setup. Alright, so we need 15,000 rails for purple science. I usually just build 16,000 rails because that's very easy to set up. Except if there's water pipes in the way. Let's go up here then. Ah, look at me. I already had prepared 50 of those assemblers and power lines for myself. This is what happens when you play only once a week in a mod. Can it fit here? I'm not really sure. No, not really. I mean, I guess we can move the radar over here. Okay, it fits. I have decided it fits. This is the way it's gonna fit. Right, so what do we need to do? We want to have, I guess we do... Let's do rails on this side. We want to have 16,000 rails. We make them at 2 rails a pop, so that means 8,000 steel, 8,000 stone, and 8,000 iron sticks. So the nice thing about making 16,000 is you can just simply gather 5 iron chests of stone, and that is exactly 8k, 1.6k per chest. And that makes it quite easy to set up the right amounts everywhere. So basically we do this, throw away our inventory and some chests, and then we'll do some more hand hollering. So 1 chest, 2 chests, 3 chests, 4 chests and 5 chests. That's all the stone for rails. Let's actually grab those chests. So you can already set it up quite early in the game, so you don't need to worry about it later. Alright. Then we also need 8,000 steel. That is the expensive ingredient in the rails. Now steel stacks to 100 compared to stone stacking to 50. So basically we need to halve the capacity of these chests to 16 stacks. And then again we hope that we have 8,000 steel. We have 8,000 steel, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that is more than enough. We can fill all these chests with steel. There's a whole inventory full of steel. Now let me quickly check how much steel we still have over here. 2k, so we need 1k for the rocket silo and then another 5,000 for the electric furnaces. So in total we need 6k, so that's like 2 chests, like so. Alright, so we have to wait for that to fill up again. Yes, Jokey Pokey. Jokey Pokey made a video like 1 or 2 years ago. How long it would take to handcraft Factorio, or manual Factorio he called it, I think. It's an interesting video, so you should go check it out. It does have a couple mistakes here and there though, and some missed optimizations, but in general, yeah, it's quite interesting. The order of magnitude definitely is right. Right, rails. I was doing rails. I wandered off again into some random direction for no reason. How is it going with the oil? Sad. Oil is sad. Tanks are still full-ish. So that's good. Right, the last ingredient is iron sticks. We need 8,000 iron sticks, but iron sticks are also made by the pair. So we need only 4,000 iron. And that just means 8 stacks of iron per chest. Still need to throw away my inventory. So it's good I saved at least a little bit of iron over here. Okay, that is already over 4k. Alright, and with that... we have taken care... No, we have not. We also need some output chests. The nice thing about this is it also generates 5 full output chests of rails. And everything will be exactly right. Okay, we just gotta do this. And finally this. And now we have taken care of all 16,000 rails we need. So we got a bonus 1,000 rails, which we can use to build a train network, you know, if you're into those kind of things. Right. So yeah, stone is still... we still don't need stone. We also got like 4 chests of stone bricks or so, or 3. That's more than enough stone bricks we need, so... yeah, the stone blob is just... the stone blob is just gonna grow out of control here as well. That's kind of fun though. Uranium, we are using all of it. Alright. Out for real. Okay, thanks Odium. See you next time. Thanks for linking it. Alright, so this is gonna take a while. This all has to fully empty out. So I guess we can... what can we do in the meantime? We can do productivity modules and electric furnaces. That's what we need the 5,000 red chips for. Alright, so 5,000... let me just first grab those. So 500 productivity modules to make 1500 sets of purple signs. 500 productivity modules requires 2,500 greens and 2,500 reds. And then we have the electric furnaces. We also need 500, so that's another 2,500 reds. As well as 5k steel and 5k stone bricks. That's the rest what we need for purple signs. So 2,500. That is 2.5k. 12.5 assembler. Alright, so now we're gonna have to grab all these chips which you have been saving up. There's definitely more than enough. $2k, this is on 2.5k. Like I say, I guess we'll just do 100 in the outer assembler, and then we'll just 200 a pop in all the others. And that is all the productivity modules for purple signs. So we can already have 2 more check marks, or 2 more crosses. Rails is done, productivity modules are done. We could immediately make the productivity modules we need for productivity module 3. If we look at the cost of those require 5 productivity module 2s. We need 4 of them. So that's 20 productivity module 2s. And the module 2s require 4 productivity modules each. So that's an additional 80 productivity modules we need to make. And that's just basically gonna be 1 stack of chips makes 40, so it's basically 2 more stacks. I'm too lazy to walk all that way, so let's just steal those from here. Blue chips is going well. Low densities is going not too fast. Yeah, copper is the bottleneck now. Alright, so we'll just add another 2 assemblers to the end to make the 80 productivity modules we need for the Mark III productivity modules. And we can already make the Mark IIs with the blue chips we have over here. It's probably going to be the first craft for the blue chips. So if we need to make 20 of those, that's going to require 100 blue chips and 100 red chips. So we've got those already. That means we only need 1800 blue chips for the rest. So every time we take out 1 stack, we can put the limiter back 1 step further. Right, and eventually we will need 20 more for Mark III productivity modules, but we first gotta unlock purple signs to actually research the Mark III modules. So let's not worry about that just yet. Guess we could. Let's put them in a distinct area. We could already prepare this. We need to put 40 productivity modules in here. That will give us 10 Mark II productivity modules per assembler. And we have 2 of them. Maybe we already have that. Yeah, we already have that. So let's just start those. Alright, productivity modules Mark II are taken care of. Means we can have another cross. It's going quite fast. This one is representing the Mark III, but I cannot set the recipe yet because we haven't got the technology. Alright. I guess next on the list is these furnaces, so I'm pretty sure we won't have 5k steel saved up already. We got 3300 though. I guess we could limit these chests to half of what they were. And we'll take the 3k. We take 2.5k. Okay, we take 2.5k, that's half of the steel we need. How is rails going? About a quarter to a third done, so we still have some time. Productivity modules are gonna finish quite fast. Just these need to finish and then they are done. I guess we can make a small setup for the furnaces. Guess it's gonna require some more steel chests unless we give them a chest for their own. Yeah, let's do that then. Yeah, it's kind of a pain. Let's not do that. Right, so 2.5k that fits in here. Then we need 2.5k bricks. I guess we can already put the 2.5k red chips in here for the electric furnaces. That's all the red chips. This is half of the steel. Now we're gonna take half of the stone bricks. That's the first half. That'll do. For now. Alright, we still need to output it somewhere. I didn't really think that through very well, did I? Okay, let's just use a long-handed. I guess we can do something stupid, like sideload these on the plastic belt, then use a priority splitter to take those off. That should work. Sufficiently stupid again. Alright. We have stack size 1, so everything should end up exactly right. And once these are done, we can really get started on purple signs. So where I'm gonna build purple and yellow signs. Guess we can build it maybe over here next to the silo. We need to somehow belt it over to the labs as well. Without patches what? Alright, I'll show you what is without patches. You don't have ore patches. You basically, this is also not normal. This is just the biters drop ore. That is the whole gimmick of this mod. There are no ore patches. You need to kill biters to get resources, which sounds simple at this stage of the game, but it was a giant pain in the behind to to get to this point. It took like 16 hours to build a steam power plant and an iron mine supported by lasers before we had a gun turret iron mine. But due to the stingy nature of this mod, only dropping 2 iron ore per biter, while you need to spend 1.6 ore to kill a biter initially, we could not really scale that out to any other patches. We simply weren't generating the ammo to sustain that. But now we are, because we are using electricity to kill the biters, and we have a nuclear power plant, all made from the 2 ore per biter dropped. As you can see, biter kills have just surpassed 700,000, and we've got several of these ore patches, so to say. Copper biters dropping copper onto a belt, etc, etc. We are no longer using coal, so this gets kinda saturated. But switching these miners off is quite complicated, so we are just letting this happen. And hope it doesn't spill over onto the copper line at some point. We even got uranium biters up here and oil biters down here, which drop tiny barrels of oil. That's basically how this mod works. Perfect spaghetti stream for lunch. Well, enjoy your spaghetti, I would say. Right, kinda think we can get rid of this loop here, but maybe that's a bit premature, so let's use way too many undergrounds to just bridge this over like so. Then we can use this belt to bring back the greens. And then we can use this belt to loop around the signs. The yellow and purple signs. I guess let's keep the laser turrets in place. Can I drag a belt up? Upwards? Maybe I can, but looks like not really. Alright, so we're gonna have like a circular belt of some sort with yellow and purple signs. I guess let's just throw it in there. It will get consumed eventually. Alright. I think our Mark II modules should be just about ready. That means we can get started on yellow science production as soon as those furnaces are ready as well. Okay, looks like it's working. The furnaces are getting side loaded on the belt, on the plastic belt. Anyway, we're only using half of it, and we're splitting them off here again, so they end up in this chest. It ain't stupid if it works. It can still look stupid, but... Okay, we're gonna have way enough science. Way enough science, that is not how you say it, but... I guess we're gonna have way enough science to, because we also have productivity modules in the labs, so... Okay, let's check this system over here. I think I'm actually just gonna reclaim the assemblers. They are done. 700 lubricant left in the system. We've got our 200 electric engines for the rocket silo. Guess the robot frames are done as well. Nice. We can grab back those as well. How's it going with rocket fuel? Oh, already 3/4 done. Alright. Let's grab those as well. I guess we have concrete here, so we may as well throw the electric engines in there. This is all ready to build the rocket silo. 1000 concrete, 1000 steel, 200 electric engines, a stack of pipes, which I don't have, and 2 stacks of blue chips. Right, rails is coming along nicely as well. Waiting for RCUs, I think it's not gonna be too bad, because I think I'm not gonna use productivity modules on them, so we can even use speed modules, and I'm probably just gonna be making a large, something like this to craft them quickly in the end, instead of relying on a belt. Alright, we're getting there though. So I guess it's time to start setting up for yellow and purple signs. Alright, so we need 1200 yellow signs. Can I just build here? I think I can snake a science belt through eventually. Shall I build next to the nuclear reactor perhaps? Or maybe this is a nice place for the rocket silo in the end. Close by, yeah, maybe we'll do the rocket silo like somewhere over here, next to our mine. And we can fly up over the nuclear plant and over the base into space in the end. And over the yellow and purple science construction, so I guess we can do that. Hey, let's go up a bit. Right, on the left side we have purple signs, and on the right side we have yellow signs. I was going to do one of those boxing match announcements, but then I realized I suck at those, so... Right, we need... Let me power this up first, so it looks a bit better. So we need in the category yellow signs, we need 1200 of these. They are crafted in bunches of 3. So for every robot frame we get 3 utility signs, so that is 400 robot frames. The thing is, 1200 is not 1300, which is where these guys come in. These Mark II productivity modules. These will make 1200 science packs into 12% extra science packs. So that pushes that to like 1324, I believe. And then we're going to have some additional productivity bonus in the labs. So we are going to be slightly overproducing even, but easy numbers trump exact production in this case, I would say. Right, so we're basically gonna feed low density structures which are bulky. We're gonna feed those from a chest, and we're gonna collect 400 flying robot frames and 800 blue chips in this chest to keep track of what we need. We probably already have 400 blue chips. We exactly have 400 blue chips. So that's perfect. We could get started on yellow signs already. Alright, but that means we also need 600 low density structures, which is 60 different stacks. So that's like 15 stacks per chest, like so. And that should be good, but I don't think we quite have 600 low densities just yet though. We have like 400, so we're gonna wait on that a little bit still. Perhaps I can just bring over some of the copper and we can do like the same trick where we try to fill up the belt a bit. I just don't really have a lot of stashed copper, I don't think. Right, yeah, so most of the copper is still going into chips. Alright, it is kind of dangerous perhaps to eat up the very last of my copper. Let's keep like 4,000 or so. For like personal emergencies, maybe 5k, I don't know. Let's use 5k. So 3.2 and 1.8, 5k, the rest we'll give to... The rest we will give to low densities. Rails is almost done. Furnaces is almost done with the first batch. Oh, that was wrong. There goes my laser turrets on the belt. One simple misclick and everything can get effed. Alright, all the productivity modules are done. Alright, so in the category purple signs we need 1500 purple signs. But we're gonna, or we need 1600, but we're only gonna make 1500 science packs worth of ingredients. But thanks to these productivity modules, we'll easily be making more than enough, like over... This is gonna be like 1678 or something like that. Something like that order of magnitude. We will even have enough purple science to also research beacons. So we can add that technology to the list as well. That will speed up the construction of the rocket in the end. Since we're going to use the Mark III productivities for the rocket silo, that's going to slow it down a lot. We can speed it back up with beacons. One simple misclick. See, nuclear Factorio warp button. Don't tell me nothing. I messed up the grand finale, the epic moment of warping home by basically warping back to the home planet hours before I was planning to. Maybe not hours, but quite a large amount of time. Alright, and this is where the 5 chests of rails are going to come in, because conveniently we use 5 assemblers here, because 1500 divides nicely by 5 assemblers, 1200 divides nicely by 4 assemblers, which is exactly why we're using this method. And since we are producing 5 full chests of rails, we just need to bring 1 chest of rails over here. We have 500 productivity modules. We will be having soon 10 stacks of furnaces as well. And that's all the stuff we need, really. Let's check if we can bring the rest of the steel over. Do we already have 2.5k? Kind of. I guess if we do this, we can get up 2.5k. Yeah, okay, we already have 2.5k. Alright, so then all of the steel can go to the bus for now. That's output priority to the bus. And we only need 1000 more steel for the rocket silo. We're gonna keep the second one there as well. Let's keep like 400 steel for personal use as well, maybe. I guess these are gonna fill up with steel as well, so yeah, let's not do that. In fact, I don't really think I need any buffer at all anymore. I can just grab it out of these once they are backed up. That's gonna be 1800 steel of buffer eventually, once the bus is backed up. Alright, I should have emptied my inventory, but I didn't. Okay, this is really just about done. 2 more iron plates. Okay, all the iron sticks are gone. All the steel will be gone. And these assemblers will get idle now. And they are done. Right, so that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 full chests of rail, 16,000 rails, 1,000 too much, but it's rails. Alright, I was bringing my steel over here. It's like the first 5,000, the first 250 of these are done. So we can start off purple signs. We have all the ingredients then. We've got all the productivity modules, the first half of these, and all of the rails. So let me do empty my inventory this time. $88 fuel cells per chest, so that's going up still. I was coming to pick up these 2,500 stone bricks. This is all the stone bricks we still have. That's okay. Okay, almost 5,000 stone bricks. I would not know what I need to use them for, so... Kalenius asks, what happened to the indestructible biter bases? It's been on hold for a long time already. I still intend to finish it. It was actually one of the options for the Patreon vote as a next stream, but it didn't make it, the 10k SPM, and this one, the Factorio without ore patches, they both got the most votes. So that is what we're playing at the moment. Alright, let's get this guy started. That is everything for purple signs arranged. Cross mark. Cross mark. Alright, so then we only have the Mark III modules left, and then the speed modules and blue chips for rocket control units, and then the rocket silo itself, which I both cannot mark in the assemblers. Alright, so I'm gonna bring over all these chests of rails. They're up here. Can I carry half a chest more? I think I can. Yeah, exactly half chest, so we need to make only 2 trips. And so far so good, it's actually going quite speedily. So if we run out of things to do, I guess we will try to increase ore gathering, but yeah, I don't really see a good copper mine nearby. The starter copper mine is mixed with coal as well. We've got one over here, but that's really far away. And this one is also really far away. Not really sure, we'll see. If there's like one resource which we are short of, we could do that, but if it's like 2 or 3 different which are all bottlenecking at the same time, like if you're missing oil and copper and iron, we're never going to be able to set up 3 of those mines in the time it takes to just wait around for the existing mines to produce the stuff. If we need to, I will just speed up the game, and then we can get done a bit faster. It also speeds up the biters. Destroy bases at spawn for a risky move to get you a safe respawn. No, we decided it was gonna be like a hardcore run. Alright, it is the moment. I should make a save probably. Save. Time for hand feeding hell. I named the save game that way, but I didn't name the stream that way. I probably know better than that, than to name it hand feeding hell. Although I guess you'll find out soon enough once you are in here. Not as much hand feeding hell though as the 9x12 world. Wait, something went wrong in the naming over here. I think let's go 66 then. 666. This feels appropriate for this time. Okay, it's time for purple signs. Let's actually first connect it to the... Let's connect the belt to the labs as well. Somehow. How am I gonna get through there? I guess we can use another one of these large undergrounds, the red ones, to span over here. Through the other signs, it's kinda appropriate. It's gonna come out here. Can we somehow cross? Looks like we can. Again, sufficiently horrible. Okay, this guy is in the way. Let's just make him miss by one tile and we'll line it up like so. All temporary, everything is temporary here. I guess these resources should make way for the great science belt. Alright, something like that. Now we just need to connect it to the lab. Problem is now I got all these different types of stuff in my inventory again. Oil is actually almost empty. Petroleum gas is going down, 17k per tank instead of 25. Okay, I think rocket fuel should be still not done actually. 570 so far. Still 150 to go then. Right, I was gonna connect that stuff to the labs. Where it is, it's over here. I guess. Should I do like proper site loading? Let's do proper site loading. Well, let's put purple signs on the right side. That's gonna go on this side of the belt. Yellow signs goes on this side. And whatever is on the belt has priority. Nothing will never get blocked up. So I guess that's alright. Then we are really ready for switching on purple signs. So let's override the save we just made. Nothing is more permanent than a temporary solution. Especially when you plan to get off the planet as quick as possible. Alright then. Please put away the inventory for the occasion. 500 of those. 500 of those. And that is the first half of purple signs officially on the way. Nice. You can even spare some lights in this part of the base. I guess we can have lights in all parts of the base, really. The thing is, before I didn't put lights because the laser turrets were basically hogging the power and the lights would flicker on and off very fast. And that's not good for like the seizure prone people, and it's just generally not nice to look at either. Right, first purple signs, here we go. Nice. I don't have the milestones mod installed for this one actually. Right, as soon as the second batch is ready of furnaces, we have all what we need for purple signs. I guess we can cross that off. No, let's cross it off once we have all of it. Let's go look at low densities. This should bring us up to 600. Yeah, we do have 600. So we can start off yellow signs as well at the same time. Holy moly. Right, not so bad, not so bad. 665. Alright, yeah, blue chips is slow. Right, that means 150 in here, 150 in here. 600 in total of those, 400 of the blue chips, 200 of the robot frames. And that is officially yellow signs as well. Nice. Suddenly I feel we're making a lot of progress. Yeah, temporary solutions should be sufficiently horrible or you'll just keep them around. You should make them as annoying as possible so you fix it. Alright, first yellow signs packs as well. Alright, let's do the thing where we travel down the belt with the signs. Can later nicely be sped up in the footage if there ever is going to be an edited version of this one. So Science Galore is going to become a fully edited series. Today I published that 3-hour version, which is quite long, I know. Tomorrow the 30-minute version is coming out. I already linked like a link in the pinned comment if you want to watch the 30-minute version early, for those who want to. All of the other Science Galore streams are gonna be digestible 30-minute episodes as well, and they're gonna be more concise than the opening one. But since I did the opening stream since I did all of the planning for basically the entire playthrough in the opening stream, I figured I would make an extended cut which goes over all the decisions through all the different science packs which there are in the mod, because I know some people find all of it interesting, while other people prefer the easily digestible standard YouTube cut. But the extended cut goes over all the decision making and how the base got to be, instead of only that the base is coming to be, so to say. It doesn't have concrete. Concrete is already deconstructed. We have concrete in this chest over here. We needed concrete to make the nuclear reactor. That is not a nuclear reactor. This is a nuclear reactor. So we needed concrete for the nuclear reactor, concrete for the centrifuges here. So we already made the concrete for the rocket silo as well. And there is not going to be any real concrete automation. So yeah, it is time then to start researching. Not too bad, we are 2 hours into the stream, probably 1.5 hours since I started playing. Actually, let's check. 22:18. Now it's 23:53. So yeah, like 1 hour 35. Right, not too bad, not too bad. We can start the research. Let's do it. What do we want first though? I mean, it doesn't really matter. We're not gonna have the resources to make these yet for a while. We first need blue chips to complete yellow signs still, 400 of those. So if it does not really matter, I guess we started purple signs slightly earlier, so let's first do purple technology, and then we'll do a yellow technology because that has the chance to build up. And then we'll do another purple technology. And once those three are done, we can get started on rocket silo. Perhaps we'll do beacons first as well, before rocket silo. I'm positive we have enough science, it's not going to bite me in the behind later on, that I just casually research this extra 75 units of technology while I'm only making 1500 sets of ingredients. That probably will be fine. I don't think I want to upgrade productivity module 2 in the labs. I made 20 productivity module 2s, which is exactly the amount we need to make 4 productivity module 3s. So basically the plan is to finish research with these productivity module 2s, then reclaim these and turn those into 4 productivity module 3s. So we get the most bang for the buck out of the productivity modules we need to make anyway for the rocket silo. So these are basically for free, since we need to make them anyway for 4 Mark III productivity modules for the rocket silo. Alright. I guess we will just check mark these off, since the only thing we really need to do is grab 400 of those. I guess we can feed them some more green chips. I want to have spent all these resources anyway at the end of the playthrough. Everything that is sitting in chest has not helped us to get to the rocket. And since copper mainly looks to be the bottleneck, perhaps oil will be a bottleneck as well. Okay, let's boost these guys. Everything needs to be spent. If everything is spent at the very moment we make the rocket silo, then we have done the best possible job converting all the resources to exactly the right quantities of materials to get off this planet the soonest possible. Right then, what is still left to do? Not really that much, I don't think. We need like 7200... we need like 720 speed modules and another 720 of these to make the rocket control units if we make them without productivity modules. I think we will just make them without productivity modules for simplicity. Alright, I'm missing something in the green chip. That's something to go figure out. Ah yeah, I see. Thanks. Not that the copper is actually reaching that far anymore anyway, but you know, it could be good. We could just put some lights in the base now. Since we are finally no longer limited by labs should remain dark. I guess this can remain dark as well. We can light up the chests over here. I mean, these are temporary, but I guess I'll just light them up anyway. How do you get resources from biters? I'll show that pretty soon. One more time. Alright, I guess we'll do the next set of lighting. I guess let's just plop down some lights. Does not really matter too much. At least sort of like in a pattern. We're still making more, so we'll just keep placing them. I guess that's the base lit up. At least you can see something in the night now. So that's nice. This is all the base we have, so we don't need to go really far. Right. So you're now basically just waiting for resources, are we not? We need another 6,000 for science. And then I guess eventually we need the 720 for the rocket. So that's the amount of low densities we will need in total. Still quite a lot. Right, let's check. Let's check if there's any ore bottlenecking going on, and if we can maybe pick up some extra copper ore off the ground somewhere. I guess 5k. Not really sure where to spend it. I guess technically we could reserve the green chips already for the what's it called? Rocket, the speed modules for rocket control units. Let's see. I think we should calculate red chips really. Okay, that's definitely not enough red chips. Alright, what do we still need to do? Okay, Mark III productivity modules. That is gonna require 20 blue chips, 20 red chips. I left those behind apparently. That is what's needed for productivity module 3. Speed modules, 720 speed modules, which cost 5 a pop. That's 3600 red and green chips. So that's gonna be 2k, 3k, 36. Is that correct? I think that's correct. Alright, so we need like this many red chips for sure. We are researching now, so yeah, blue science is also eating up red chips at the moment. I guess we don't really need to start these soon. I guess research and blue chips are more important than red chips at this moment. I'm just trying to figure out how many red chips we still need. So that is 18 stacks, so let's limit this chest to 18 stacks in that case. Do we still need red chips for anything else? Don't really think so. I think that is all. Blue chips are getting them automatically. We did all the other stuff, we reserved them for Mark III modules. I guess blue chips, we can cross those off the list as well, those are automated. Productivity module 3, we just saved the recipe for that. And then it's just rocket control units really. Okay, let's look at the base at night. Okay, we kinda need some lights here in this bottom region still. I think that is nice. The uranium I like to have in sort of a glow. Alright. We'll get rid of the crappy furnace setup here. Since they are done, that's the last ingredients for purple science. Productivity module 3 is complete, so we're not making them yet. But we did set aside the red and blue chips to make these into the Mark III productivity modules. Right, then is the waiting game? Is it time for the waiting game? That's a good question. Then it's going to be time for the speed up mod game. Let's throw this iron ore on here. Let's just take a look at all of the mines. We haven't even looked at the biters for resources thing just yet. So yeah, they're basically just throwing all this ore on the ground everywhere. But if you place belts under where they die, that ore is getting... it drops on the belt basically. And that means it can be transported automatically. Eventually the blobs will go big enough that it even goes on belts far outside the normal habitat, so to say. We've picked up quite a bit of ore here already. Let's check the other mining patches as well. Oil, actually it's quite neatly, just a couple barrels are spilled. Nothing like BP, the great BP oil spill or something, just a couple barrels. They are dropping next to the nest, but we cannot place belts in this area. There's like half a tile of space. Uranium is looking decent as well, just a couple up there. Not really worth going after, I think. Stone. Stone is really spilling out a lot. 20,000 stone just on the ground. It does not include what is on these belts here. If you just do this over the belts, you don't see the stone. There's just stone on the ground, which is 20,000. Well, let's take a look at the great coal spill. That is a lot of coal. There's already almost 30,000 pieces of coal on the ground. Hopefully it doesn't spill onto the copper at some point. Copper, the one we really need. There is not just like 450 units are laying on the ground here. Could try to snipe those worms and collect that copper. The worms drop like something like 60-ish copper ore. So that could speed it up a bit. Here 57 ore is laying on the ground somewhere, I don't even see where. It's also in the base in the middle. I guess we could pick up like a couple hundred copper here and there. But that would just again, anyway it will keep spilling. I do have a car. Let's just throw these in here. Guess let's go pick up the copper since we don't have anything better to do for the moment. $45 on average. It's even worse than I thought. We have three different copper mines, and we don't even have like a belt of copper. Look at this. This is all of copper from 3 different biter bases. And not all of the smelters are active. Most of them are active though. And perhaps it would be smart to actually push the evolution factor up a little bit more. Since the higher the evolution factor gets, the shorter the spawn cooldown time. The shorter the spawn cooldown timer on these biter nests, which means they spawn slightly more biters per minute, which means we produce slightly more ore per minute. As long as our laser turrets can deal with it, that is. I'm not sure I want to do that though. I think I want to keep the 0 spawner skilled for this run. It just has some sort of epicness to it. Keep crashing into rocks everywhere. 30 on average, 15 to 45, oh my god. It's the spawners then which do 60 or what? I thought the spawners do like 100 and something. No collateral damage achievement. I guess that would be a good achievement. That would be harder to get than 20 million green chips, or it's gonna be quite dangerous actually for me to grab that. I'm gonna be under fire from all these worms and from these spitters as well. They're also gonna destroy my belts. Okay, let's make a save. 666A. I guess we're gonna stay on 666. So I don't have any modular armor or anything. I guess let's just... I think we can at least try to snipe the worms. The worms have longer range than me though. No, they don't. They should not have... I should outrange them actually. There goes my beautiful belt. That was the reason why I did not want to get into this. Okay, I'm gonna die quite fast here. Yeah, I think it's just too dangerous just to grab a couple hundred ore. I mean, how much ore are we producing actually? So we're producing like 800 plates a minute. So even if we grab all of that like 600 ore, we're just laying around everywhere. We still are not making... It's less than a minute worth of production, so let's just not worry that... let's just not worry about that at all. Less than a minute, it's not worth the effort. You can save more than a minute in real time by just using the speed up mod. I think I'm just gonna do that. Because yeah, there's nothing else to do basically. All the other biter ore guys are just too far away. And we just have to wait until the ever so slow production catches up to our needs. Okay, how is it looking here? Right, so let's grab... Oh, we have 400 more of those. So that's all we need for yellow signs. That is good news. So yellow signs is complete, purple signs is complete. And we even can distribute like half of these. Since the stack is down to under half, so we can just add half of a stack on top. Alright, so that will keep going. Rails are supplied as well, we just need to look. Low density structures probably don't have 6k yet again. But we do have 3k, so that's good. And once we have these 3k, then yellow signs is done. And then once we have these two chests filled up, all of them are done. Okay, I think we are actually nearly there. Alright, that is 3/4 of all the signs. The rocket control unit is done as well. I think perhaps it is time to, after this technology, can prioritize red chips, perhaps not to signs. We can maybe prioritize those in the chest over here. So we can get to work on the speed modules. We need to fill up this entire chest. I guess if we neutral this balance, half of them are going in the chests, half of them will go to blue chips. Because we also need like 700 for blue signs. I think I should do this by now. Alright, so we need 720 for the rocket control units and 200 for the rocket silo. So this is the total amount of blue chips we still need. This is the total amount of green chips we need. I think we can just plop everything else down. Okay, there is nothing in here. Okay, never mind. I think I'm even just gonna get rid of these chests completely. That's a bad move probably. Let's not do that. I stashed my inventory somewhere. That's not great. Now it's over here. That was predictable. Yeah. Nothing to do but wait, I think. Nothing to do but wait. So let's just wait a bit faster. Let's just wait at 8 times speed. Can I do that? No. Let's just wait at 4 times speed. Let's just wait at 8 times root 2 speed for some reason. UPS stress test, yeah, let's check it. I can technically speed up to 256 times. It goes to like 400 UPS. It's not that bad actually. Okay, let's go through the night at 8 times speed. And then we'll check if we already have something done at the base. Zippity, zippity, zip, zip, zippity. It looks very fun. This would be a nice, in my mind this would be a nice thumbnail, but it would be a horrible thumbnail because you can't see anything on it really. If this is like shrunk down to a small size. Right, back to speed 1. There is not a command in Factorio to do speed up. You can do, there is a command, but it's like a command which you can like game / player / speed or something. You can find it on the Factorio wiki. You can do it by command, but you can also install a mod. I have installed the time buttons mod. So if you see here, the mod is called time buttons, but it doesn't have any buttons. No, so normally it does have a bunch of buttons here, but they are quite big and they don't really look nice. So I modded the buttons out myself. Not really good. I just kept slashing away at the mod until it didn't show buttons and it didn't crash, which took quite some attempts. And I only kept the hotkeys, like so. Right, 2 chips. Red chip. We're gonna need to speed up a lot more. I just want to be sure. Yeah, we can already insert the last of these now, thanks to the speed up. Okay, this will fit. So basically half a stack, and that is the last of it. That's the last of the purple signs. Oh, it looks like I throttled blue signs too hard. I guess let's get those technology finished at least. It's like 1/6, so that's like 50 science packs. And then beacons, which is another 75, so I guess it's about 200-ish red chips. And the bit. I guess we'll just plop those down manually. Okay, that will actually do. Alright, that probably should make the rest of the blue signs which we need. That means we just have to wait a little bit longer for this chest to fill up, but that's alright. So yeah, all that's left to do is wait for signs to finish, then make the Mark III productivity modules. Once the red chips are in, we can make the speed modules, and then once the blue chips are in, we can make the rocket control units. And then rocket fuel is probably done. Then we just need to wait for low density structures to come in to complete the actual rocket. But we still need a little bit more of this. I think I'm just going to spend my last copper on this, on the low density structures. And then we'll just do some more speeding up. I'm not sure I should do that. Maybe I should do it on green chips. There is technically a thing you can do. Yeah, set up another copper mine. But that would take like an hour for sure. I don't think we'll need another hour. I don't think getting another copper mine would speed up the game by enough to warrant the humongous effort we need. It's not really that much of an effort, but I'm done with this mod, man. I'm done with this mod. It's getting annoying after a while to precisely set up each individual laser turret at exactly the right distance around the base. If you look at the... Let's switch off pollution and the network. So if you look at the red overlay now is the range of my turrets. Those are aligned as close by the nests as can be. You cannot really see it because of the belts on the map view, but you can see it on the overview here. So I have to set up each laser turret with trial and error at the exactly right distance from the nest every time, which gets pretty annoying to do after a while, especially for several hundred of laser turrets. Right. At least we can do a quick infusion like so, to get to 300 low densities which we need for yellow signs. Then I'm not sure, perhaps... So after this we only need 720 for the rocket silo. The thing is we don't need them fast, right? But we will need blue chips faster than we need low density structures, because we need the blue chips to go through the additional step of making rocket control units. Alright, that's beacon, so looks like we were pretty close. Alright, I'm gonna steal back these. So I way overestimated how many chips these needed. Alright. So I'm actually thinking I probably should be spending these on green chips instead. My last little reserve of copper. I don't have my inventory on me again. You don't need any more green chips stashed up except these for the speed modules. Any plans for space exploration? Not anytime soon. And I guess the Factorio expansion will kinda closely resemble something like space exploration as well. Okay, we'll just throw that in here, like so. Alright, that should speed up green chip production a bit. Okay, now we can grab our inventory without getting in trouble. I think iron is actually not going to be any sort of bottleneck. 90 fuel cells per chest. So yeah, definitely more than enough uranium ore coming in. We don't need Kovarex enrichment, don't let anybody tell you. We could have like twice the size nuclear plant. And if you have a normal uranium mine instead of just like a couple biter bases where you extract ore, then it's gonna be fine. Right, so the plan is working. We're already stashing up steel in these furnaces. There's gonna be 1800 steel stashed up. There's gonna be more than plenty for the rocket silo. We have output priority on the bus actually, so only the extra iron is getting smelted already. So basically, yeah, we don't have anything to worry about in terms of iron. So let's try to just spend this iron. Yeah, I'm not sure that does anything. I'm just doing like minor optimizations which nobody really needs. What I should be doing is using the speed up time mod just to get it done. It's gonna be kind of a short stream then, I guess. I mean, we're not there yet, but it's also not that we are really far off. We need those 300 of these. Alright, those are ready, so let's forget about my inventory another time. This did the trick. So now we just need to fill up these chests. And then we're good for the rocket already. Alright, 33 more crafts and 29 more crafts. 10 science is complete. And we really don't have anything else to do until this chest fills up. 1000 more red chips. And this chest fills up with more of those. Yeah, time to speed up. Maybe we do a base shot this time. At 8 times speed the belts should stop moving. It will be quite funny. Wait, I actually shot something. Right, I don't know if you're seeing it. My game runs at 60 FPS, but Twitch runs at 30 FPS, which probably means these belts are not moving. You shot a belt? Ah, yeah, I see. It's over there. Thanks. At least I didn't destroy anything. I guess the belts are still moving though, because I cannot run at actual 8 times speed. I'm running at like 7 times speed. So the belts are probably looking to run slightly backwards, I guess. Alright, let's run around a bit. Or maybe not too much. I'll die really fast. I'll die at 8 times speed as well. It basically means before I can react, because I'm an old man, my reaction is already slow. Alright. Give me those chips. Okay, we should definitely priority output into this chest already. Give me my chips! Come on! They are not giving me my chips yet. Let's go watch if we... Whoa, this is so slow now. jittering back and forth. Alright, let's just watch the final signs be created at like 8 times speed-ish. If you can get a clean 8 times speed, the belts will not move. They have like a... Oh, stop. Science is backing up. That was not intended. Okay, we have something to do then. We'll use like filters. So let's put purple signs and yellow signs on there. And we'll just side load it back on the belt. Oh, because the thing is, if there's some signs waiting in here, this inserter will stop inserting low densities and the creation process will stop. Right, I'm going to be holding on to one of these and one of these, as well as one of these and 2 of these and 3 of these, and I guess 30 of these. Something may or may not happen. We may not get the last bonus, but we can still get it if we have one extra set. Sometimes it happens with rounding errors, especially if you speed up the game a lot, or if you momentarily are not producing enough power, it can happen as well. Let's see if that happens. I guess we'll watch first the purple signs, because that completes first. So this is the last time the bonus bar is filling up. And it should exactly reach the end, exactly 100%. All of these will have exactly done 100, I think 100 cycles with 100 and with the 12 bonuses. That is what it should be. Okay, this is not a good example because I took them out of there. This one should, come on, will he do it? Alright, we got the bonus. Did we get it everywhere? We got it here, and we got it here. Right, so that's good news. We can then put back that one productivity module and that one furnace. And hope we get the bonus here as well. So I guess we'll get it on the yellow sign side as well then. Alright, last one. Will we get the bonus? Yes, okay, we got the bonus here as well. Okay, so finally a playthrough where this was not a problem. Usually it always goes wrong. And it is stuck on 99.99999% due to a rounding error in... But this time not, so let's make the last one as well. And that is all the yellow and purple signs completed. Nice. Right, so that should be 1000 yellow and purple signs for sure, together in this chest, on the belts, all the way to the labs and in the labs. Doesn't maybe look like 1000 signs, but it always looks, there's always more stuff hiding on the belts than you think. Right, let's see how the red chip bonanza is doing. Blue chip production has all but stopped, I guess. But we have most of the blue chips. We still don't have all the red chips though, so I guess we'll just complete this. Somehow we're just not getting enough plastics, man. Are we out of oil? Yeah, we're out of oil. Alright, we're out of oil. But are we really out of oil? I don't think so. We can now basically say we can remove the condition. All of this heavy oil can get cracked into light oil, and all of this light oil can get cracked into petroleum gas. So I guess we'll just build like 1 or 2 of these extra at this point. So we can crack that a little bit faster, since that is now the bottleneck. Let me actually check if I do have enough rocket fuel. Okay, there's still like 50 in here. Yes, I think we should have enough. Let's break open these chests. 360. Alright, we're still going to be making just a little bit extra with the remaining oil which is still in there. And the solid fuel. Yeah, we're gonna make it. 360 rocket fuel. There's 720 rocket fuel complete for the rocket silo. We even have a little bit extra on the belt. So I guess we can just like nibble off a little bit. So we have some rocket fuel for our car. 10 pieces, that should be good. If only I had my car still somewhere. Where the heck is my car? Alright, it is over here. Okay, it's not too far. That's good. My cat just enabled the speed up mod, zooming around like crazy. Right, plastic is definitely more dense on the belt now than it was before. I guess we need to priority output to red chips though. So that's the culprit. Okay, let's throw some of these in blue chips in that case, so at least we keep consuming our copper. I guess we are stashing copper again. No, not yet. Alright. Not yet stashing copper. Right. Then I guess it is time to reclaim the modules from these assemblers. Yeah, we have 1000 of these. $1,000 rail left over. Alright, so we have 20 of those. We got these guys over here. So I guess we'll just handcraft for, why not? Handcraft 4 of these productivity modules. Mark 3s for the rocket silo. Getting the most bang out of the buck. First they did their work in their pre-promoted stage as productivity module Mark 2s. Many of them making the signs, all the yellow and purple signs at a nice discount. Now they're gonna be promoted to Mark 3s. And they're gonna make the rocket silo 28% cheaper. I never tried out the biter grinder setup. I do have a feeling it would not work well though. Actually, it may work well. I don't know. Today is just going to be about getting in the rocket and off this planet. Perhaps I'll later do like a post-rocket stream where we'll just try out the concept of the train grinder. Because for real Factorio, the chainsaw is a meme. It's not really useful in fending off pollution-based attacks reliably. As soon as one piece of rail or like one wagon gets destroyed, the entire train stops dead in its track, and your whole defense is gone. And they actually can also they can target other stuff than stuff in your base from time to time if they feel like something is in the way. But these biters just get triggered immediately to the laser turrets, so we could keep the turrets in place, just leave them unpowered, and then have the so-called chainsaw going around in the inner circle of the laser turrets. The thing is, it can never stop. It has to go always, so we have to manually refuel it while it's driving. And we have to manually refuel every individual location on time, every time. So it's a holy moly, it's a high risk it's a high risk move. Check out this coal patch, man. It's almost getting onto our copper. It's gonna sabotage the run. 48,000 pieces of coal laying on the ground. Right, let's just quickly fill up this chest over here. Oh wait, I guess we can start researching rocket silo. We should have started researching rocket silo already. Really. We still have a little bit of blue signs. And once this chest is full, we'll neutralize output between blue signs and blue chips. And no more red chips in this chest. So I guess we're just gonna stand here and wait for this chest to fill up. I really need to catch the moment, so I cannot really do a scene. I can actually do a scenic shot. I can have this chest open while at the map view. That is nice. Which one shall we look at this time? Oil, the stone. Stone is growing as well. Maybe a more chaotic one. Maybe this one over here. It doesn't really fit on the screen though. The iron one is just the most epic. So this one is quite fun as well. Let's check out. Let's zoom in on this one while we speed up. We are over 800,000 biters deep in this playthrough. Will we get to 1 million? 2 trains for the filling station involves 2 trains for the filling station involves vacating the rail, and we cannot do that even for a second. I don't think so. Perhaps you can do some like really careful signaling. But then again, a train is going to be waiting close by. It needs some momentum to speed up. And once you get to a large enough amount of biter mass, they will be able to stop your train. I think the coal is going to clutter up the copper belt before the end of the game. Okay, for some reason I'm down to like 240 UPS. Is it because I'm zoomed in on this part with 60,000 pieces of individual ore needing to be rendered? I think so. I think that is one of the main reasons why I didn't go for the flamethrowers. That required such a large field of ground ore to build up before you could actually start retracting it and collecting it automatically, because your flamethrowers will burn down your belts as well. Let's go to this way. Oh yeah, now it's speeding up again. Okay, so it's definitely the ore on the ground which is doing that. Alright, since the purpose was to speed up, let's look at this one then. The cleanest mine of them all. Kinda satisfying. We even filled in all the spaces within this nest with belts. So that is nice. What mods make this possible? The mod is called Kill Biters for Resources. It deletes the ore patches from the world and replaces them with individual copper biters and iron biters and whatnot. And this is the way to automatically collect resources, or at least one of the ways. At this point we're kinda done with the mod. The chip chest is full, so let's go back to 1 times speed. And then we can basically output priority to the other side. I guess we can... That's one stack for personal use. Yeah, probably we want some beacons at some point. Let's neutralize then. We can grab these to make some beacons or whatnot. Now we can start making blue signs again, because Rocket Silo is not researching because we have plenty of yellow and purple signs, but we're out of blue signs. Tell me please, and in which other playthrough you're out of blue signs while you have plenty of yellow and purple signs? That never happens. But here we have all the purple signs we need and yellow signs. Right. Yes, then we need a similar chest of this, but then with red chips. Do they look the same? Except for the color, they do. So that means we are ready to make 720 speed modules. Okay, how many stacks is this? 18 stacks, so we're just gonna use 18 assemblers. In a very neat organized grid like this. We'll just throw away for the 17,000 times all the resources. And that's gonna be all of the speed modules for the rocket control units. Nice! So yeah, biters for resources is the real mod. All the other ones are just like visual aids, like Evo Gi up here. We have the chunky chunks to... Actually, I don't have chunky chunks. Apparently. I guess I got all of that messed up once I switched my hotbars for the intro. Alright, we've got chunky chunks like so. And we've got clean concrete, no black line in map view, which is pretty helpful for video compression. And time buttons, which is the one which lets us speed up the game. Alright, so now we just need to wait for those. Simultaneously, we should be getting 720 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So like 60 more blue chips, and that will be enough. We did research beacons, so we may as well make some. I think like 5 beacons is kinda ideal in terms of speeding up the rocket a significant amount, where your inserters can still keep up. So now I'm just scrounging around for 100 blue chips. Give me all your chips, except these. There's gonna be 5 beacons, we'll just handcraft them like a noob, because we can. The low densities are no longer getting made. Actually, we are pretty much done on low densities as well. Only like 70 more. We have all the rocket fuel, all the low densities. Oh man, I should have started researching earlier. Perhaps we do need to boost panic. Let's bring 3/4 of the chips to blue signs in that case. And yeah, let's not stash up chips for ourselves anymore. I just need 10 more speed modules for the beacons, that's all. 5. Also those were handcrafting. Come on, give me 8 more chips. This is the scroungiest playthrough I've ever done. Really, every single last plate is a struggle. I think we balanced out quite well. We have no more buffers. Or do we? Right, we are starting to buffer up green chips again, but that is not bad. Yeah, we're basically struggling for oil at this point. We have cracked down all that there is to crack down. except this last 1000. So let's crack that as well. So oil is the bottleneck then, not copper. So now we're stashing up these again. So basically plastics is the bottleneck for red chips. I guess we'll just keep stashing green chips in case after research finishes all the red chips can go to blue chips and suddenly we'll be using tons of green chips again. Then we can grab those again and put them on the belt over here. And that means, since the copper is currently not a bottleneck, we don't need a lot of copper anymore for low density structures. We may as well just use it now. This chest is basically full. I basically should have spent this plastics over here on red chips first. That would have been ideal. Anyway, we're getting there. I guess we can collect the last little bits of the rocket silo. Like we need 100 pipes, which I still need to scrounge off this belt over here. Yes, 100 pipes. There's a chest with the concrete. I lost my rocket silo chest. It's over here. Okay, I'm just gonna grab it. Right, rocket silo chest. 1000 concrete. Let's go grab that 1000 steel. That should be ready as well. Yeah, these are all filled up. There's an easy 1k steel. And a little bit for ourselves. Hello, can you explain how no ore patches work? I will in just a sec, but here you get a glimpse of it. Alright, these engines, the pipes, and then just 200 blue chips, that's the complete rocket silo. So we don't have to worry about that anymore. We just need to wait for these to complete. I guess we can like scenically light it up a little. Super scenic. Alright, now we just need 720 of those. I think we're gonna collect those before all of these have been crafted, so that's good. So let's just explain one more time. Biters for resources. Basically this is how it works. There are no ore patches, the standard biters are deleted and they are replaced with iron biters, copper biters, oil biters, coal biters, stone biters and uranium biters. Yes, even oil biters. Oil biters drop small little barrels of oil, which we then can empty out. And the other biters just drop the respective ores. 2 ore per biter. So we have in total we have collected roughly 1.7 million of the different resources. Let's actually check that. Production, iron plate, copper plate. Alright, so we have produced 624,000 iron. Most of that iron has gone back into yellow magazines, believe it or not. Or at least a lot of it. Actually already not most of it anymore. In the early game, almost all of the iron we got went back into yellow ammo, which we needed to kill the biters again. So it was like an infinite cycle, where we had to spend almost all our iron income on yellow magazines. That changed when we got these laser turrets. Suddenly the resource economy became a lot more doable. And with that we have been finally able to set up a base after 16 hours of 16 hours, man. 16 hours of nomading. I cannot say this word. 16 hours of nomading around before we could set up a base. It took us 16 hours and then we could build this tiny base because we don't have a lot of resources. We don't need a massive amount of belts, so that's good. This is the entire oil production transformed into plastics at the moment. So yeah, if I would not have actually I did not overproduce sulfuric acid. Looks like this tank is empty now, so that's good. I think I should just stop battery production, really. That is why my sulfuric acid tank is empty. So let's just, I'm too far away, let's just deconstruct this one. Then no more sulfuric acid is going to be consumed by batteries. Alright, so then all of that can go to the blue chips. We may be struggling for sulfuric acid instead of red chips soon, actually. Alright. Yeah, but without big resource income, you don't need a big base, so we have 2 iron mines connected to each other. That is roughly 30 nests, which produce roughly... How much do we produce per minute now? We're producing like 800 iron plates a minute from the ore which they drop. I think we should see a... Yeah, we should see like a diagonal. It was like 600 and now it's already up to like 7.5. So this is the effect of the evolution factor basically increasing and decreasing the spawning cooldown and spawning slightly more biters per minute. So yeah, copper actually is higher than iron at the moment. We have 3 copper mines. Our tiny starter mine. The one which was connected to the coal patch, which is actually are going to be... I need to do something about that. We are going to be overflowing coal on the copper belt. And the one where with the medium worms, which we added later on as well. That together is not even a full yellow belt of copper. That is how bad it is. Okay, we need to... Okay, the chests are empty. We are starting to catch up in research. I need to go look at least at this belt over here. I guess I can just leave it in place. We can basically just... there's no space for that. There is space for this, however. We can use like 2 filter inserters to pick off all the coal which gets through. We can actually see then if coal spills over on the belt and to what degree. At least now the copper furnaces won't clog up with a partially filled up coal belt. But this is quite bad. It is kinda hard to switch off our miners. Oh, it's already happening. There it is. I think there's already coal in the belt here as well. So we may have done this just in time. The first coal spilling over on the belt, holy moly. That is a lot of coal. That is exactly 59,000 coal on the ground. Calling for coal. I should have set up coal liquefaction, man. That is exactly what I should have done. I didn't even think about that. The problem is though, we only just enabled purple signs. And coal liquefaction, unfortunately, it should be a blue technology, man. It should not be a purple technology in my opinion. But yeah, 200 extra purple signs to go out of our way. It's already not really worth it, I don't think. Nothing is worth it anymore. We just need to slap down that rocket silo, throw inside those 2160 ingredients and get off this planet. Alright, looks like rocket silo technology is going along steadily. All the labs are busy. It's never too late to set up coal liquefaction. Kinda is though. We have we already can start the... We already can start the rocket control units. As soon as these are done. That's the last ingredient we need. Then we just need to wait for science to complete. We just need 200 more blue chips. I guess for now we'll just output priority to science. So we can get science made faster. Yeah, I'm not going to... I can maybe... Can I Not really. Optimize oil barrel extraction from here. Not really. Yeah, I could add another copper belt, that is true. I don't really want to. I'm kind of curious to see how bad it gets now. I think it's gonna get quite bad, since all of these biters dying in this area. The closest place to drop coal, it's no longer gonna grow in a square, because the closest place to drop coal is gonna be here. And that is just gonna get carried away, so the closest place to drop coal is gonna remain here. You can already see it like materialize on the belt here as well. Every now and then. Come on, I'm trying to make a point. Okay, have some. Every now and then, but only every then, not every now. Right, yeah, we're getting coal on there for sure. Somehow it's going more on the further edges of the belt here. Right. No coal has reached, it really just started. No coal has reached the end of the copper belt just yet. Just check if it's not clogging up. No, it's still on the belt. It is still on the belt. The only thing which it could do is it could take space on the copper belt, which basically lowers the amount of copper we can transport. But since we didn't have a full belt anyway, I don't think it's going to be much of a problem. Alright, that's the first piece of coal. Will it go left or right? It takes the short way. Okay, these furnaces cannot consume coal, so this is gonna work now. Okay, so that is not gonna clog up unless we store up 1600 coal per chest, which might very well happen. But then again, we don't really need much anymore. We just need like a handful of these. Alright. Conga line of burner inserters to delete the extra coal. Okay, that is a great idea. I need iron gears. Give me iron gears. Burner miners. Just burning the coal away with the burner miners. Thanks, man. That's a great idea. Or at least that's a great idea when you have nothing to do anymore. Alright, so what we should not do is do this, because that will grab copper ore. So that won't work. We first need to put a line here, which is going to be the conga line, so to say. Just a loop. And then we can do this. Then they won't grab copper, because they will try to insert coal into these guys over here. So let's make it bad for a sec. Alright, that is too bad. So this is what's gonna happen. They're not gonna transfer it around, are they? No, they're not gonna transfer it around. Strange. Okay, so the burner inserters do take coal off the belt to put it in another burner inserter. They do take it off the belt, but they do not take it out of another burner inserter. Alright, so that is not really gonna do much then. And like this, it's gonna throw copper on there as well, so that is not great. Okay, that is not great then. Why is this? Okay, this is blocked like so. Right, what else can we do then? We cannot set a filter on these either. I guess we can, then we just need to splitter it off, but that kind of defeats the point of the conga line. I guess we could still try to do it. Yeah, no, that won't work. They just will fill up. They never will pass it around between themselves. I have to like set up like belt pieces or something like so. Well, that's gonna be way too annoying without bots. I guess I could just do this. It's gonna be a tiny conga line though. Something like so, I guess. They put the coal on this belt. I guess that we can just space this. This is way too tiny, I think, to get rid of all the coal though. Maybe not, maybe not. Let's see how that works. Alright, we're gonna get into the nuclear plant here, so... I guess that's about as far as we'll take it. We'll just hope to see that this is enough. We'll see. It's now just gonna try to put it on the next belt, and every time it passes by, I'll just pick it up, and that will burn cool. And hopefully that will, if most of them are being put to work, we can maybe get away with this. Something like so. Don't really want to. I think I should stop handcrafting these then. Very, very slowly burn coal, but yeah, they do burn it. Looks like we're getting way too much on the belt. We need a way bigger system. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, that's quite... Actually, it does look kinda... No, it is bad. It is worse. It's definitely worse. Alright, I guess this is sort of the final destination. So if it does not keep up, that won't work. Okay, let's just keep it like so. It will never keep up though, no way. Alright, I'm going to take a quick sanitary break. Meanwhile, I'll leave this on the coal conga line. You can blame Victor AGC for this short break view. Whoa, sorry about the zooming. Looks like this is not enough. I think we can make it like safe though if we... Where's my mouse cursor? Would help to have a mouse. Mouse? Where are you? Oh, something went wrong. Right. So basically what we could do is throw some of this coal in chests instead. Would that help? I guess it would help. Like if these would output in chests, like sort of the last resort ones over here. Then at least we have some buffer space to where to put the coal. If the belt fills up completely, those should be able to get rid of that. Alright, that should no longer deadlock, I think. Okay, so what I do want to know is this a noticeable increase in coal consumption? So we are now consuming roughly 103 coal a minute. If we look on the 1 hour graph, yeah, we definitely see an increase in coal consumption. That's quite funny. Right, so this is due to the oil limitation. We are only using coal for plastics. Then we sent our last light oil to be cracked into petroleum gas. That gave a short boost. Then it dropped down again to 52.5 on average. And now we are consuming like 100 coal a minute. We doubled our coal consumption with these burner inserters here. Actually, it's pretty decent. That will keep the copper line from clogging up too much. Holy moly. It's even getting on the far side of the belt now. Yeah, we're definitely clogging up this belt. I am going to do something like giving input priority. Let's give input priority to the clean line over here. Because now we're really blocking copper. Alright, so that will probably block this line unless there... Yeah, that will actually help pretty decently. That will prioritize the copper from those areas, only let copper through from this area if there is space on the belt, which will happen if we have less than a belt of copper. So that is gonna solve itself. Alright, let me read a little bit. Are big biters gonna be a problem? No, because we're gonna be long gone by the time big biters come around. We have basically stopped pollution almost entirely because we don't have pollution generating miners, which normally is the biggest driver. And we have efficiency modeled everything else. So that is going to be good. Right, I have to start throwing again around some random random chests with garbage everywhere. We don't need any of that. Yes, we do have a whole bunch of copper, but copper is no longer a bottleneck. Will copper be a bottleneck? Perhaps it will be a bottleneck. I'm going to stash the copper in the copper chest. Okay, 1 chest of copper. Right, again we've got like 2 chests of those. Okay, that's good. That's good news. Right, we can finally put the rocket control units on here. We did the speed modules. Now it's time for the rocket control units. 720 pieces. So I guess we're gonna put those in like 15 assemblers or so. I think I'll just put those in a line. Sufficiently horrible. In a normal playthrough you probably want to use productivity modules on those, but here we're just going for a single rocket launch, so who cares? 20 in the last one, and the rest is gonna make 50. And that is rocket control units. Nice. That's the last ingredient really. Now we're just waiting for rocket silo to finish. Then we need 200 more blue chips for the rocket silo. We still need a little bit more of these. Let's neutralize output priority again, so we can make the last few low density structures. Rocket silo is 85% complete anyway. All of the labs are working. There is blue signs on the belt, so we don't really need to worry about the diminished red chips. And these blue chips we can do at the very last really. That's going to be the least important bottleneck. Okay, this is going to clog up though, because those can only output 10, a stack size of 10, and then it's just going to stop. So I guess we'll just throw that on a random belt. I have been severely ignoring any threat of biter attacks for basically the entire stream. Let's take a quick look. I have even pollution is not on. There is no expansion in this mod because it replaces the vanilla biters. Expansion is just not an option. And there's only going to be pollution based attacks, so we're going to be safe. Alright, and then we insert that into 2 steel chests at the end here as well. 360. Let's grab some of our last fast inserters. Not that we need them for this particular job, but oh well. That's gonna be all. So just 50 cycles of 30 seconds. 1500 seconds, but then craft be 0.75. Let's say it's like half an hour of crafting time almost. But we can do some speeding up more. That's actually why I still have all the early game stuff on my the red science pack on here. From the early handcrafting stages, I guess. Let's go from red science pack all the way up to rocket silo. We can find a nice place for that. A nice scenic place to make the rocket silo out of reach of any danger. Perhaps here. Maybe here. We can get a little bit more of the view on there. I guess that makes for a nice shot if I'm standing over here. Kinda cluttered a little bit too much clutter from the power line and such. Let's maybe just go out a little bit. So just power it with a single wooden power line. Guess we need to bring over the resources. Right, we need space for beacons as well. Actually. Right, let's bring that out somewhere better then. Just a couple beacons around the silo should be good. Scenic beacons. Maybe just a bottom line of beacons. Let's just do a bottom line of beacons. Symmetrize that up. Alright, and then we can just connect it with a single power line, but for now it remains unconnected until we actually build the thing. Alright. 98%. Let's watch it complete. Yeah, we have way too much science still, even though we researched beacons as well. Still have too much science. Right, 99% rocket silo. Rocket silo is a big technology. Of course, I was just gonna speak about how long it takes, but just to get 1% done. But there it is, done. Rocket silo. Man, we're getting out of here. We are getting out of here. I cannot wait to say goodbye to these kind of miners. It has been interesting. Let's call it interesting. I wouldn't so much call it fun, this mod, but interesting nonetheless. Alright, I cannot make the rocket silo because we don't have 200 blue chips. Alright. I grabbed that a bit prematurely. We still need to wait for 40 of those things as well. What I definitely should do is stop wasting red chips on science now. Alright. Give me back all my chips. Don't make more science. There is nothing else to research. The game is complete. 100% Factorio. Nothing left to do. Give me my chips. I guess I could, for the occasion, build up those a bit. Let's deconstruct laser turrets because we are under no threat whatsoever anyway. I imagine. I hope. Something is wrong with my inserters, that is what's wrong. Okay, we're never having enough green chips for that, but that is where the stashed green chips come in. Alright. Okay, the belt is not fast enough now. That's alright, we'll just manually throw these in. That should get us to 200 chips pretty rapidly. Okay, if the belt is not fast enough, we could even upgrade that belt to a single red belt. I don't know. Let's just do something else. Let's finish the boss. Make it look nice. Before we head out of here. How far out? I guess like so. this distance out. If your boss ends in an underground belt, it is finished. That is the new official rule. I guess I can switch off the blinking tech light. You see, all technologies are researched, there is nothing else to research. 100% Factorio. Yeah, if there was anything else to do in this base, I would do it. But unfortunately, I cannot think of anything else which can possibly be done in this playthrough. So I just don't have an option, I just need to get out of here. Oh, that's going to be expensive in terms of red chips flowing to the end of the belt. Let's put output priority to the right. I guess we can pretend. We can pretend that the red chip belt does not exist. Like so. That we can call this a finished boss. 100,500 SPM. Concrete floors, I never throw concrete in my bases. I'm one of those no concrete guys. Is this one going on YouTube? Huh. Probably. It's either coming to the main channel or to the stream channel, or perhaps both. So Science Glow is gonna be a series on the main channel as well. I'm still debating if I should also upload it on the stream channel, because I'm going to have the edited series anyway, so why would you want to watch the full stream? I guess it is still nice on some occasions though, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will do it. I think the next one which is coming out on the stream archive is gonna be this one. On the second YouTube channel. Science Glow I'll decide about later. Anyway, Science Glow is going to be on the main channel in the coming weeks, for the next 10 weeks or so, I guess. Every week one episode. So I guess I'll throw this one on the second channel, and then we're kinda almost caught up with the second channel. The first 16 hours will fit into 5 minutes. I know how the first 16 hours will look like this. This was the first 16 hours. Except there were biters around me. This is how we got the resources to get to laser turrets, basically. We ran around, gathered the biters, and then just threw a grenade on our face. And picked up the ore which they dropped. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Give me those chips. Looks like the belt is fast enough. Red chips is still not fast enough, because plastics is not fast enough. Low density is full, so we can again output priority. Scrounging every last bit of plastics just to get to the end. This is just horrible. This playthrough, man. Definitely a unique kind of playthrough. Just like some parents have very unique children, you know? I'm not gonna set up coal liquefaction, man. I'm about to launch a rocket. And I'm gonna get off this planet. You're not gaslighting me into building coal liquefaction. Okay, were these two red chip assemblers really disabled for all the game? Apparently they were. On the bright side, I've got another 9 red chips to distribute. Give me those last blue chips right now, please. Alright. Give them to me a bit faster. Nothing is symmetric about this RCU build, man. Nothing is symmetric or OCD about this base. This is the worst base I've ever built. Literally everything is just plopped down randomly. Actually, it still follows kind of the main bossy pattern, but I didn't really care about spacings or whatever, or making stuff look neat. Everything just goes through each other like without thought. Not like in the Science Glow base. In the Science Glow base, everything goes through each other as well, but everything flows much more. Here it just is put wherever it came to be. Alright, we've got our 200 chips. You know what? Let's deconstruct that. That will cut off the entire resource flow to the base. We've got everything we need. Nothing is needed anymore. And this can just slowly dry up, back up, and explode. Explode all over the place like coal is it's going beyond the belt now. What the heck? What the heck? Yeah. How much coal? Yes, 69k. Yes, coal. Yeah, stone has no business in outpacing coal. It's just gonna happen. The nuclear plant is gonna run forever though. The nuclear plant is gonna run forever. We've gone up from like 50 something to 100 and something fuel cells in each chest, so definitely a self-sustaining system, even with the big randomness involved in when you get your uranium-235. Alright, I can stop talking, I can start. Should have put speed models in these though. Let's start transferring stuff to the rocket silo. I can make it now, where it is. The rocket silo, let's handcraft it. Let's do a victory lap. Ah! No, 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 no. Okay, let's do a wide victory lap. In that case. Oh, let's zoom in. Screw it, they can destroy the bells now. We are done. We are done. There is nothing else for us to do on this planet. You can destroy these bells all you like. Not really though, I'm still being careful. This is how we got our ore. Infinite ore stairs. Right. Fill up these chests. Place the rocket silo actually. I just put the rocket silo in a chest. I just put this 9x9 entity in this small chest over here. Don't question it, it's normal. Productivity modules in there before everything is switched on, that is always good. I guess we're just gonna launch our car so we can ride the rocket. If you didn't know, that's a cool gimmick. We will manually insert that. Okay, then we just need to haul around. Need to haul the stuff around. I'm just gonna go 2 times speed because I'm too lazy to drive around. Right, the bus is not gonna be backed up though if we do this. I guess the bus can be empty. Why not? Let's first grab these 720 rocket fuels. 720. One in here. 720. Almost a full inventory, so that's nice. 21 more cycles. Man, these things take forever. Some guy said we are gonna be waiting for the rocket control unit, and that guy was right. I forgot who it was, sorry about that. Let's grab these 720 low densities. Medium spitters are now a thing in this world. They will also die in... They will die in 2 shots though. Medium biters die in 3 laser shots. Medium biters in 2 and the rest in 1. The rest is insta-killed. I guess the spawn chance is still quite low. Yeah, like 99 point something percent is still small splitters. Right, 360 times 2 of those guys, 720. We're gonna be off this planet, and actually 26 hours, huh? Let's say 26 and a half hours or so. I never would have thought that after like 10 hours in the game. Or 16 hours in the game, where we had nothing. We just basically completed Factorio in like, yeah, basically a sort of a no spoon run after getting the minor patches set up. Now we just need to wait for these guys. I want to have a nice ending shot for the rocket, so I'm not gonna optimize for time. I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna stand here, keep this on the edge. Let's go to the shiny one, so we can at least speed up the game a bit. Guess we can put this on top of the mini-map instead. Once this reaches 0, those things are done. We cannot see the UPS now. Alright, perfect. Here also it's already pretty slow thanks to all that ore on the ground over there. Yeah, we'll ride the rocket with the car. Faster than most people's. My first rocket was definitely not faster than 26 hours either. 3 spoons. There are 3 spoons in this run. 3.5 spoon. And we have some time for chit chat. That's the power of automation and the exponential growth it provides. It's more the power of exactly hand feeding your way into 1300 yellows and 1600 purples, and just doing the absolute minimum possible to get through the late stages. Because I mean, before, if you don't know how much science you need for the end game, you would not assume you only need like 1 yellow technology and 2 purple technologies before you can already research rocket silo, right? There are so many purple and yellow technologies. If you don't think about it, how much you really need, you will start researching the shiny stuff, power armors, you know, fusion reactors, all that kind of stuff. The Mark III assemblers, the blue bells, coal liquefaction if you have a lot of coal. I guess nobody does coal liquefaction, but anyway. Point damage upgrades, there's a lot of shiny stuff to unlock, but yeah, you really only need a minimum amount of stuff, which is the main reason why speedrunners can get away in fact. What is the world record speedrun now? I think it's like something around the magnitude of 2 hours or so, right? That's just insane, really. I haven't been keeping up actually. I know like this was not 1 hour beaten with like multiplayer recently. So for setting up a big base, I think the mod description does it right, where it says it is geared towards large multiplayer bases, which I can understand because setting up these mines cannot be automated, because the shape of the nests are unique everywhere. You need to manually set up the bells, you need to manually set up the laser turrets. Okay, this is done. Let's bring this over to the rocket. Then we can start the rocket, really. Alright, let's get it started. We'll make a save. I made barely any saves this game. 666C. Start rocket. Alright, the modules are inside, 720 of each ingredient are inside. That's it, basically. And we'll just I have a feeling this is not gonna work like this, but eventually we will put the car inside as well. I'm so poor, I don't have even a single yellow inserter anymore. Alright, I guess that switches it on. It does not. Why not though? Ah, okay, this wire is not going to this pole. This wire is going to this pole over here. That looked very cursed. Alright, like this then. Here we go. That is the rocket silo. Let's zoom out to a nice overview of the base. This is as far as I can stand away while still having this open. Right, yeah, it's going quite fast. Actually, 5 beacons looks like the exact right speed for these inserters. It's going to be done pretty fast actually. What I would change to this mod if you'd fork it? Yeah, just go with 4 ore per small biter. Like 8 or 10 for medium, 30 for big, and about 1 to 200 for behemoths, I would say. That would make this mod a lot more enjoyable in the early game. For the rest, it's pretty decent as this. A simple mechanic which is changed. No ore patches, just get your ore from killing biters, and it's all. It's as simple as that. Just the numbers, the scaling, the unimplemented scaling, and the very minimal amount of resources you get from the biters is what makes this mod quite a drag in the early game and super grindy. So, I mean, you could even go rich, like 5 for medium, like 5 for small, 10 for medium. It would be okay to 40 and 200. Just the point is really should be about automating getting the ore, and not so much focus should be on the early game economy, because you cannot do anything until you get laser turrets with this variant. I think we should go even richer, really. Especially for iron, because in the beginning you need to fuel everything with iron, with yellow magazines, which is made from iron. So if you want to set up like a copper mine and a coal mine and perhaps a stone mine even, to get your early base going, you need to be able to feed all of that off your iron mine. So you need to yeah, I would say to do that you will need like 8 to 10 iron for a small biter even. Just to be able to set up a coal and copper and stone mine. Here's the rocket silo, it is ready. Should we zoom in? I guess we should zoom in. Zoom. Rename the output from oil biters to oil barrels to oil sacks. Yeah, that is a good change file. Grenades are kinda easy to get to in the early game, so you could make it an optional starter chest. I agree. Right, the rocket is ready. Let's save one more time, I guess. Let's name it the 6th letter as well. Rocket launch time. Let's misspell it like a true pro. Maybe a research to increase yield per kill. Oh, that could be good, yeah, because now we have mining productivity, but we cannot use it. You need a better resource yield technology than this one, though, if you want to scale that. The thing is, in the early game, you kill a biter, it takes 1.6 iron to gain 2 iron. So if you also want to have a copper mine, you already need 3.2 iron to kill an iron biter and a copper biter, but you only get 2 iron, so you cannot sustain the copper mine from your iron mine. That is the main economic problem with this mod, and that requires the small biters to drop like at least 8 ore, I would say. With 8 ore you can set up iron, you can set up copper and coal and stone. And assuming that your iron mine is larger, you can fuel all of that with yellow ammo from your gun turrets. And still have a little bit of iron left over to actually build your base. So I guess 8 would be a good number to start with. Is it possible to launch Ben the Fish into space? It is not possible if we insert the car, because then the slot is occupied by the car. We could, we have Ben the Fish on us. He is in our heart. Let's eat the one guy which is not Ben the Fish. And then the only fish left is Ben the Fish. He's going with us into space. This time we're not sending him alone. We are joining him in our car. So if there's a vehicle in this inventory slot, you can press enter next to the rocket silo. And now you're in the rocket. And when you launch, you will actually go together with the rocket up into space. It just lasts a little bit, so we made the save. We can do it a couple times, zoomed in, zoomed out, just for fun. I think we're ready to go though. Yeah, let's put no, we cannot put him in the trunk of the car. I got ejected from the rocket silo because I took out the car. Look at this. I take it out and I get ejected. Hop. And now I'm back. Alright, we have to carry him on us, because the car doesn't have an inventory when it's picked up. Alright, I think it's time, boys and girls and any other life forms on this planet who may be watching. Let's launch ourselves into space with Ben the Fish in our pocket. Let's say goodbye to these biters. I think I'm gonna do a zoomed out launch for the first one. Here we go. Goodbye planet. Goodbye base. Yeah, unfortunately the immersion breaks quite fast. As soon as you reach the victory screen, you get put back next to the rocket silo. Nice. 26.5 hours, man, to beat this mod. That is not so long. It is like comparable to any other kind of challenge where you just need to get away with the rocket, really. Like, I think 100%. No, 100% evolution finished in 15 hours. I think Biter Island, like the Biter Island Dead World, was about 25 hours. Land Block, which I once did, was about 25 hours. So all in all, it is about the same than any of the other mods, any of the other simple challenges. With simple, I mean like which don't make like a drastic change in the game, like space exploration or something, but just like simple challenge maps which have a biter focus or change something small. 26 hours. Kinda comparable. It just felt like forever, man, during the early game. Plenty of time for chit chat. Okay, I'll just scroll down through this. There's not much to scroll down through. We did not make it to 1,000,000 biters. 944,000. So we escaped the planet before we killed 1,000,000 biters. Holy moly. 216,000 iron biters, most of which got used, except for this batch. 126,000 coal biters, which mostly not did get used and have been cluttering up our copper system ever since. And then we get into small splitters already, so evolution has been higher than 25% for quite a while, since they are so numerously represented on this chart over here. Alright, only 271 trees were killed in the making of this video. And one car. That is not the car we just sent into space, by the way. We had a little accident early in the game. I think the first car lasted about a couple minutes. It was crafted, then we drove around and we immediately lost it to some biters, I think. Yeah, I gotta highlight that in the edit if I ever do one. Alright. Rocket silo closes. Let's do one more launch or from the close-up view. Just to have like a multitude of angles. Okay, car is inside. Let's jump inside. This time we'll just go, not fully zoomed in, but let's do like this zoom level. I keep pressing inventory after this. Okay, here we go, into space. For the second time, yet still the first time. In this parallel universe we have two bendy fishes, because I didn't eat one. Can I eat one when I'm in the rocket? Yes, I can. Alright. I just love the sound of the closing doors, man. I used it in the Biter Island to create the the infinite loop that you spawn again with nothing. Yes, never mind. Who cares? Yeah, this was I guess it was a lot more fun to watch this playthrough than to actually perform this playthrough, though I should not really complain. It was plenty of fun thanks to you guys, really. That is why if I would have played this offline in single player, I never would have finished this, no way, man. There's just to grind the 16 hours of throwing grenades on your face is just too much. it is fun for a while, you know, but after like 20 minutes of throwing grenades on your face, the remaining 15.5 hours were not so great anymore. But once we got to the base building stage, it got quite fun again. Alright, let's check out the final coal patch one more time. Yeah, it's definitely, even this side is now getting coal on the belts. I guess eventually, if there is no limit, I don't know, it does not appear that there's a limit. A logical limit, if you would program a logical limit for ore to drop a distance away from dead biters, this would already not be a logical limit, right? I think it is just gonna go on and on and on, take over the world. I'm not gonna test it out, but if you want to, feel free to run a simulation at the highest speed you can. Man, that went by quite fast in the end. I didn't even take my break yet, and we're already done with the stream. Looks like I have an early evening off this time, so to say. Thanks, Victor, for the bit. After launch snack. No, Ben is still here. It was Ben's brother. Ben we still got over here. Right. The eternally circling yellow and purple signs, which is still remaining. The rest will be... This base is done, man. I'm not gonna do anything with this base anymore. I kind of feel we escaped into space. Let's wreak havoc all over the place. Well, what? So these keep working or what? What is providing power? Not much anymore. Ah, if I did this to the steam? Is steam on again or what? Steam is on again. What? How the heck did that happen? Ah, interesting. Alright. Let's wreak havoc. Laser turrets on powered. This is not gonna end well. I think we're gonna have to switch to editor mode to see it, because the raiders are gonna lose vision. Alright. Using the map editor will disable achievements just to clarify the validity of this run. Now we can use the map view just to go over to different places without dying. You can see the biters wreak havoc on my base. This is what would have happened if we lost power for 1 second. Basically, the mines immediately start breaking, and not before long, all of the turrets are gone. Look at that. They don't need 1 minute to take down all of the turrets. And after that, yeah, good luck recovering from this, man. The coal mine is gone. Look at that massive amount of medium biters here, man. Alright, they have done their job. some of them decide to destroy everything. Let's check out how it's going over here. Oh, randomly... Okay, they are going to attack this bells? Really? Attack the nuclear reactor already. That thing is like 1000 degrees. That would lead to a nice explosion. Perhaps I can try to lead them there. Alright guys, don't cherry pick the gun turrets. Where are you going? Destroy the reactor already? No? Oh, they're gonna destroy other parts of my base. Let's lure over a couple more. Just a breadcrumb of gun turrets should get them into the zone. Come on guys, you can do it. Even the spitters are not making collateral damage. Looks like they are smart. They are attacking the safe parts of the nuclear reactor, but not the big bad things which say boom in the end. Come on. Right, we're getting down to less health now. Eventually it's gonna blow up from collateral damage. Oh, there it goes. Well, that got rid of those biters. That was unexpected. I didn't see that coming somehow. Alright. That's gotta be the end of this playthrough. They are all over the base now. 500 degrees, 1000 degrees nuclear reactor and it explodes. Sorted out the laptop problems? No, not really. I still see it on my end, just the Twitch stream is 30 FPS, but I still have this stuttering going on when I do this. Out of order stuff. I guess you can see it as well when I do this, right? Frames are out of order when I do this. It just jumps back and forth all the time. And I scroll like this, so something is wrong. Maybe still with the graphics driver or something, but yeah, I'll get into that later on. The burner themselves are still churning at the coal. Yes, they are. Actually. They will burn up all this coal eventually. The only part of this base which is still functional. Anyway, it looks like I'm gonna call it an early night. So yeah, thanks everybody for watching. Join me on Sunday when we continue the 10,000 signs per minute base. We finally finished up the full self-balancing starter base. We have 63 signs per minute of infinite space signs, and I guess all technologies are researched or close to it. We can get into the infinite technologies, and we can get started with the projects outside of the starter base. Just really taking the first step towards getting a mega base. Really, that is what's going to go on. That is what's going to be going on this Sunday. And as for the Fridays, who knows, I may start a new type of stream next Friday, or I may just focus more time on the 10,000 signs per minute base. I haven't decided yet. Perhaps I'll have another vote on Patreon, but yeah, we'll see. Finally, peace and calm has returned to the biter planet over here. The biters peacefully roaming around the nests anymore. No longer being gathered for the resources. justice has returned, the intruder has left, the power plant has been blown up at great cost of vital lives, but it was all worth it in the end. They can start the cleanup and return to a true novice planet again, free of any Factorio engineers for stinking up the place and blah 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 blah, doing all that stuff. You know the drill. Alright, thanks everybody. It was a great time, this stream, this playthrough. And I will see you all next time.